The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., July 22nd, 2026. I hereby appoint the Honorable Jeff Hurd to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Coming before you this morning, O Lord, our God, we do so knowing that there are many things that we have done individually and corporately that deserve your judgment rather than your forgiveness. We confess that we have fallen short of your righteousness. And yet we dare to come before you and ask you to incline your ear to us. Hear our prayers, prayers that reflect our deepest desires, our supplications which beg for your intercession in our work and in our world. Despite our transgressions, we are bold to ask you to open your eyes to the troubles we see in our neighborhoods and in our nation, and to intervene on behalf of your people. Please know, O God, that we know that we do not present our requests to you because we deserve your answer. It is not our righteousness that gives us a right to pray, but it is on the foundation of your great mercies that we stand before you. O Lord, hear us. O Lord, forgive us. O Lord, listen and act and do not delay. For the sake of your name, the name in which we pray, Lord, answer our prayers. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Kennedy.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and provide and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Boy Scouts and the Girl Scouts of Morgan County, Indiana. The mission of the Boy Scouts Club is to empower our youth and all of our youth, especially those who need us the most, to reach their full potential and to become caring, productive, responsible citizens. The Morgan County Boys and Girls Club has provided an indelible mark on the local community. Every day, youth engage in coached and positive decision-making, participate in sports, team about service, science, and technology, talk about the arts, receive tutoring, and gain valuable lessons through volunteering in the community. A healthy snack is provided daily, and youth attend the Boys and Girl Scouts to reach their full potential to become caring, productive, responsible members of society. Thank you to all the staff and volunteers who made the Morgan County Boys and Girls Club successful over these past 20 years. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Secretary,
I'm directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
for what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to salute the tremendous community contribution of the Hudson Independent, an online publication that chronicles the lives and stories of people, organizations, governments, schools, businesses, and the like in the municipalities that border the Hudson River in Westchester County, New York. Ardsley, Dobbs Ferry, Irvington, Hastings-on-Hudson, Tarrytown, and Sleepy Hollow. The team that does this reporting every day is led by Editor-in-Chief Barrett Seaman and Editor Rick Pizzulo, both experienced journalists with long resumes of achievement. The senior management group, President and Chairman Walter Montgomery and colleagues Robert Kimmel, Dean Galea, Paula Etzel, Michael Richards have guided the Indy, as it is known and loved, from its founding in 2006. The calendar of local events captures all of the many varied activities of the river towns, and featured stories on the issues and the personalities of the area are given full attention at a time when hyper-local news is disappearing from view. From the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives, we salute the Hudson Independent for its commitment to fair, accurate journalism and the communities of Westchester's river towns, their people, and their stories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the body for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor Jerry Zamarodian and his late wife, Rebecca, Orange County residents who were deeply involved in our community. Jerry was born in Iran and later came to the United States in 1983, where he met Rebecca. They were both married for 43 years before her passing in 2025. Through hard work, the two of them built a life together, owning and operating a small Persian restaurant. They were successful while staying true to their values. Jerry is proud to be an American. Rebecca was a devoted wife, loving mother, advocate for breast cancer awareness, and philanthropist who helped her community. Rebecca courageously fought cancer for many years before it ultimately took her life. She was deeply involved in her community and will be missed by her family, friends, and all of us. And today I ask my colleagues to recognize the life and legacy of Rebecca Zamarodian, and honor the way she and Jerry helped our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, a new survey from the Public Policy Institute of California finds that 2/3 of Californians oppose Governor Newsom's ban on gas-powered cars. Now, this ban was imposed by the governor without so much as a vote of the legislature or the people of California. The good news is that the will of the people has prevailed. I introduced a resolution here in Congress to reverse Governor Newsom's ban on gas cars. It passed this House with strong bipartisan support, it's passed the Senate with bipartisan support, and it was signed into law by the President. This is an important win for sanity in California. Californians can continue to drive the car of their choice, and it is exactly the kind of check and balance against the extreme policies in Sacramento that Californians are asking for. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Arizona seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the extraordinary life and legacy of Dr. Patricia Patty Lopez, a dedicated educator, mentor, and advocate whose life's work transformed the lives of countless children and families in Southern Arizona. For more than 3 decades, Dr. Lopez served Tucson students as a teacher, a principal, district leader, deputy superintendent, and chief academic officer for Tucson Unified School District. As a former TUSD governing board member, I primarily remember Dr. Lopez for her bright spirit, dedication, compassion, instincts, and smarts. After her distinguished career in education, she continued her mission as the executive director of Angel Heart Pajama Project, helping provide more than 73,000 children experiencing crises with new pajamas, books, and the comfort of knowing that they were seen, valued, and loved. Dr. Lopez believed that even the simplest act of kindness could change a child's life. Her compassion, integrity, and unwavering commitment inspired volunteers, strengthened communities, and brought hope to thousands of children when they needed it most. May we honor Dr. Patty Lopez by carrying forward her example of service, her belief that every child deserves comfort, dignity, and hope. Muchísimas gracias, Patty, para todos. Descansa en paz. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor and recognize Sight and Sound Theaters for a milestone 50 years in business. Known across the world for its biblical epics on stage and screen, Sight and Sound began with Glenn Eshelman, a Lancaster County dairy farmer, and his passion for art, photography, and sharing his faith. In 1976, the popularity of Mr. Eshelman's multimedia shows led him and his wife Shirley to establish their first theater in Bronx. Over time, they added live theatrical elements and debuted their first full-length biblical production in 1987. After their theater burned down in 1997, they built a state-of-the-art facility that would allow for the large-scale productions they're known for today. Since then, they've added a second location in Branson, Missouri, developed a streaming platform to produce their own movies for the silver screen. The name Sight and Sound is inspired by Matthew 13:13, where Jesus explains his use of parables, saying, though seeing they do not see, though hearing they do not hear. What began as a humble production company has since exploded into one of the top theater destinations in the U.S., with almost 1 million attendees each year. Today, Sight and Sound continues to be run by the Eshelman family and has a committed team of over 800 employees. Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to recognize Sight and Sound for their strong message and positive impact they've had across the entire world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Hicks has said that we have spent $37 billion on an unnecessary, he didn't say unnecessary war, but it is an unnecessary and failed war in Iran. $37 billion and lost 17 soldiers. He says he's going to ask for another $70 billion to fight this unnecessary and failing war. We had resolved the need of the fact that we could stop Iran from having a nuclear weapon when Barack Obama was president and he negotiated a treaty. Right now, we don't know if they've moved the enriched uranium outside of the place where it was buried underneath a mountain or not. It's suspected they might have. So it's a failed war. I'll be willing to vote for a bill that has $70 billion in it when President Trump pays his share by paying his taxes on the $2.2 billion he earned last year, mostly in crypto, which cost people that bought crypto $1 billion.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for noting that disparaging the president is not appropriate for this House. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and the contribution of Bill Horn, a man who gave first his service to the country in Vietnam and then went on to be one of the longest-serving county supervisors in San Diego County. Bill Horn wanted more for his family, and he worked hard to do it. So while being a county supervisor full-time, he also ran successful agriculture. In his retirement, he did more philanthropic work around the world at his own expense than the people will ever know. And so the unsung hero of Vietnam, our county supervisor, a man of simple means and no ambition, did so much for those who needed him, and he will be honored but missed. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek to address the House for 1 minute and extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, in New Mexico, water is life and it's our economy. In 1902, the federal government recognized this harsh reality, passing the Reclamation Act to make arid western lands agriculturally productive. In that negotiation, they gave western states like New Mexico the right to allocate and adjudicate its own water resources. Today, those rights are being violated. Don't ask me, ask the Luna County ranchers and farmers who are seeing droves of unauthorized wells being drilled by the federal government right now, right by their pastures, stealing their water, and it has got to stop. For generations, ranching families in this border community have relied on water from the Mimbres and Hachita basins to sustain their herds and their way of life. And when the feds needed water, they bought it or they trucked it in. And then recently they said, why buy it when we can steal it? Our ranchers follow the state's water laws. DHS doesn't, and it appears that they don't care either. DHS contractors today are drilling deep new wells in Luna County for border wall construction, depleting this vital water source with no regard for permitting, state law, or the impact to border ranchers. We all support border security, but we don't support unauthorized well drilling that's draining our precious resources. I stand with our ranchers. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor a beloved Utah family whose lives were lost this past week in a flash flood in Wayne County. Provo Fire Captain Spencer Long, his wife Katrina, and their three sons, Reed, Thane, and Gage, were camping when they were caught in flood waters. They were survived by their daughter and sister, Linda, who now faces unimaginable loss. Mr. Speaker, the Longs are among the very best Utah has to offer. Utahns mourn together. Words will never be able to adequately express the profound loss that Linda is now experiencing. On behalf of Utah, we offer our deepest condolences to her, the Provo Fire Department, the city of Mona, and all those who love the Longs. To many, the thought of continuing without them is unimaginable. Yet we hold fast in Heavenly Father's promise that the Lord is near unto them that are a broken heart. Today we pray that His presence be especially near to Linda and all those who mourn. I ask you to join me in a moment of prayer, of silence. For Linda and those who mourn the Longs' passing, may God bless and comfort you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
I rise today alongside my fellow Utahns.
The gentleman will suspend. For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition? The gentleman from Utah is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today alongside my fellow Utahns to mourn and to celebrate the life and sudden passing of Captain Spencer Long of the Provo, Utah Fire Department and his wife Katrina and three sons, Reed, Thane, and Gage. They were lost on Friday, July 17, 2026, near Sun Glow Campground in Wayne County, Utah, about 165 miles south of Salt Lake. We are all struggling to deal with the passing of the Long family in such an unexpected and tragic manner. We're granted each day with no guarantee of the next. Thus, I've come to believe that the highest measure of a life is not found in how long it was lived, but in the depth of love, service, and devotion given to others along the way. By this measurement, the Long family was extraordinarily successful. Captain Spencer Long spent his life answering the call when others were in peril. As a leader with Provo Fire and Rescue, his courage, calm demeanor, and steadfast brotherhood protected countless families across Utah. When disaster struck, Captain Long was always among the first to run toward the danger. Alongside him stood Katrina, a dedicated mother, a community leader, former Mona City Council member, and an entrepreneur whose kindness and vibrant spirit enriched every life that she touched. Together, Spencer and Katrina built a home grounded in warmth, service, and adventure. Reed, Thane, and Gage inherited that same joy for life. To Lydia, their surviving daughter, please know that you do not carry this unimaginable loss alone. The fire department, your neighbors, and a grieving state surround you with our love, our prayers, and an enduring promise to stand by your side in the days and the years ahead. I'm heartened to see the generosity of so many who've donated to the fund for your needs going forward. This is just a small token of our long-term commitment to watch over you and provide for your care. I know these many donations are deeply appreciated. Though this wonderful family was taken from us far too soon, their legacy of selfless service, love, and devotion remains an example to us all. May we honor them by serving one another with the same dedication they showed every day, and may peace rest upon their memories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. This is to notify you formally pursuant to Rule 8 of the Rules of the House of Representatives that I, Representative Sarah Jacobs, have been served with a subpoena for documents issued by the San Diego Superior Court. After consultation with the Office of General Counsel, I have determined that compliance with the subpoena is not consistent with the privileges and rights of the House. Signed sincerely, Sarah Jacobs, Member of Congress.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1438 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 8800. Will the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Hurd, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of the bill H.R. 8800, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2027 for military activities of the Department of Defense, for military construction, and for defense activities of the Department of Energy to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose on Tuesday, July 21st, 2026, Amendment Number 26, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755, offered by the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McDowell, had been disposed of. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 28, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 28, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Mr. Self of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise today in support of my amendment, which would attach the Military Chaplains Modernization Act of 2026 to the NDAA and is supported by the Armed Forces Chaplains Board. This is not simply a chaplain protection bill. This is a military readiness, religious liberty, and command support bill. This bill builds upon the truth that has been affirmed by the Supreme Court that the First Amendment rights of our military chaplains are not suspended at the doors of the Pentagon. Our chaplains serve on the front lines, providing for the moral and spiritual well-being of our troops. The Department of War needs statutory clarity. Despite existing protections in the First Amendment, the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, RFRA, and the Section 533 of the FY27 NDAA, chaplains continue to face obstacles for simply ministering according to their faith. These sections of Title X were last updated in 1956, when polls showed that 90% of America identified as Christian. The United States is far more religiously diverse now. This is why the Religious Freedom Restoration Act unanimously passed to protect religious freedom and mainly religious minorities in 1993. It is high time that Title X was revised to reflect the diverse faith needs of our service members, while also providing protections for the diverse chaplains that serve them. The chaplain's ability to freely exercise their religious duties is not only constitutionally protected, but is essential to forming the conscience of the warfighter. It's what helped restrain the soldier from committing atrocities, while also providing a sense of purpose when facing down death's door. Faith plays an essential role in forming and feeding the spirit of warfighters with unwavering integrity. This legislation does not create new rights. It simply codifies existing practices and protections across all service branches, which will ensure consistency for military chaplains of all faiths. It also recognizes the breadth of chaplains' roles. They are not just religious officiants. They are the commander's advisor on ethics, spiritual readiness, morale, and even suicide prevention. This does not mean they replace other entities which provide advice or function. Rather, it ensures that chaplains as spiritual advisors are given a seat at the table. Let me be clear. This amendment does not empower chaplains to impose a particular belief. Instead, it protects them from violations of conscience and ensures they can facilitate spiritual care for all faiths. In fact,
The amendment also protects service members' ability to access the spiritual care specific to their needs and faith tradition. Chaplains will continue to connect service members to differing faiths to chaplains representing their respective faiths and equip them with tools to meet their specific needs. This bill respects and maintains the pluralistic approach of the military chaplaincy program. It also introduces real accountability under the Uniform Code of Military Justice for retaliation or censorship of a chaplain for acting according to their beliefs. This standard is essential to this restoring trust. In 1942, President FDR acknowledged the importance of the chaplaincy by vowing to never fail to provide for the spiritual needs of our officers and men. Mr. Chairman, in order for military chaplains to serve our troops effectively, we must give them the legal protection to do so without fear or compromise. I urge my colleagues to support the inclusion of the Military Chaplains Modernization Act in the NDAA. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Chair.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, military readiness is not just physical. It is indeed mental, it's emotional, it's financial, and it's spiritual. And that's why every branch of our armed forces maintains a chaplain corps. Our chaplains are indispensable. They are counselors and advisors and trusted members of the units that they serve and the families that they serve too. They strengthen the resilience of our force every single day. But chaplains are also service members themselves, and they have assigned duties and responsibilities. And among those responsibilities are two sacred obligations. One is to faithfully practice their own religion and to faithfully protect every service member's right to practice theirs. A chaplain's faith belongs to their religion, but their duty belongs to every service member. And that is how the Chaplain Corps serves the entire force without ever asking a chaplain to violate the tenets of their own faith. A Catholic priest, a Presbyterian minister, a Jewish rabbi is not expected to lead a Muslim prayer, but they are expected to ensure their Muslim service members have a place to worship and help them identify a lay leader if one is in fact needed. That principle has guided our military for generations because it protects every service member and because it respects every faith and even those who have none. This amendment abandons that principle. It doesn't strengthen the religious liberty, it indeed narrows it. It transforms a chaplain's duty to care for every single service member into permission to turn some of them away. Under this amendment, a commanding officer who expects a chaplain to carry out that long-standing responsibility could face punishment under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. And that is, in fact, a profound departure from how our military has always understood religious liberty. The military asks Americans of every faith and those of no faith to serve shoulder to shoulder with one another. Our Chaplain Corps exists to ensure that every one of those service members can freely exercise their beliefs. This amendment weakens that mission. It weakens the trust that holds military units together, and ultimately, it therefore weakens the force itself. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'm not sure, other than the statements against this amendment, what the opposition, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, differ from what I said. I fail to hear exactly what their opposition is, other than their statements of opposition to the amendment itself. And again, I say, chaplains will continue to connect service members of differing faiths to chaplains representing their respective faiths and equip them with tools to meet their specific needs. There are now 31 faiths recognized by the Department of War to include Muslims, Jews, Baha'i, Sikhs, agnostics, and I could go on. So again, I fail to understand what the difference between what my colleague said in specifics with what I said. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
To request a recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 30, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Offer an amendment.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 30, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Mr. Issa of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, and a member opposed will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. We are in changing times. The ongoing battles both in Iran and in Ukraine have taught us an important lesson, and that is that large, long-term vendors for production of innovative tools doesn't work together. The lead time is too long. The requirement for us to innovate at the Department of War simply isn't working. We need to have small, innovative companies be able to come forward and be given small allotments in order to develop. But those allotments are seldom sufficient to operate a company for 1, 2, or 3 years to develop and get a contract going. For that reason, like other startups of all sorts, particularly in the technology field in America, they would normally go to private funding, go to venture firms. But there's a problem. If what you're producing for the Department of War or any other part of our government is classified, you have to say, I have a new product, I can't tell you about it, trust me, and invest. That simply doesn't work. More importantly, the requirements from within the government often are not available to the investor. Therefore, it's difficult to get. My amendment deals with this serious problem in a predictable and controlled way. Our 5-year pilot program simply says that with the permission of the Department of War, individuals within qualified investment firms may receive their or update their clearances so that they can be part of the investment decision. It does not preclude their being excluded for any reason, including, and I particularly want to note this, companies which have a foreign investment profile may very well be, would have to disclose and may very well be excluded. However, the American investment community with American funds is more than sufficient to find, seek out, and invest in innovative companies that can give us a low-cost anti-drone product or a low-cost drone or any number of other critically needed and affordable products. For that reason, we're asking that the Department of War, under this pilot program, be empowered to allow for these non-original participants to have, on a limited basis, with controls, completely in the hands of the Secretary of War, and while he retains full authority to revoke participation for any security violation, foreign ownership, control, influence, or any other concern. With that, I will reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
To claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment. This amendment would give Secretary of Defense sweeping discretion to grant the highest level of security clearances to an unlimited number of investment professionals without any contract, mission, or defined purpose. Now, the theory, as we just heard, is that these investors would then conduct due diligence and steer federal resources towards companies that can support our national defense. But in practice, this would turn our national secrets into another way for the Trump White House to monetize their jobs, putting their friends' wealth over the national interest. Now, lest anybody accuse me of making a partisan point, let's review some recent history, tying specifically to the individuals in the Trump administration who would be making decisions about how to share our national secrets. In the weeks leading up to President Trump's military strikes on Iran, reports found that Secretary Hegseth's broker inquired about a multi-million-dollar investment in major defense companies. Earlier this year, President Trump's own leadership PAC sent fundraising emails that offered his donors access to national security briefings on threats, border security, and foreign adversaries. Don Trump Jr.'s venture capital firm has invested in more than a dozen defense tech companies. Subsequent to his investment, those companies secured $3.2 billion in direct government business and $3.1 billion in additional future contract options. In one case, the White House directly pressured the Department of Defense to provide $620 million in financing to one of young Donald's portfolio companies. Speaking of the children, the Trump administration recently approved $1.6 billion in federal financing for a small U.S. company to lead a major mining project in Kazakhstan. That company is not only partially owned by Donald Trump's children, but the deal was negotiated by Commerce Secretary Lutnick's children. Hell, even Donald Trump's teleprompter operator's in on the action, having just made $100,000 by betting on Trump's speeches that only he had seen on prediction markets. And of course, just this past week, Trump Media announced plans to sell early access to the president's market-moving Truth Social posts so that Trump can make money while you front-run the stock market. To be sure, Mr. Ice's amendment does specifically say that no investor may use classified information for personal financial gain, but I would ask you, who in the Trump White House is going to enforce that provision? Trump? Lutnick? His personal lawyer, Todd Blanche? I think we know better. So what we have here is an amendment to provide investment professionals with both the means and the motive to engage in insider trading, to help the rich get richer and to compromise the integrity of U.S. financial markets. So the question that we have right now on this amendment is a really simple one. What do you stand for? If you stand for corruption, vote yes. But if you stand for national security, for integrity, and for capitalism, vote no. That may be a character test for some in this chamber, but it is not a remotely close call. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Members are reminded to avoid engaging in personalities toward the president. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to close if the other side is concluded.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Reserve. I'll yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In closing, I'll be brief. I'm not going to address the items that were said by the opposition because they don't go to the safeguards in this piece of legislation. Without this amendment, there is nothing to stop the administration from providing, without specific requirements to disclose, classifications to any and all individuals, particularly individuals that are, quite frankly, within companies either doing or wanting to do business with the federal government. It doesn't stop the large companies from having unlimited access to programs that may not be widely understood, and as a result, they get an advantage of bidding on something no one knows about. Instead, what it requires is annual reporting, including to this body, to Congress, to ensure that we can monitor this program. It sunsets. It is not for this administration, but for a 5-year period. But most importantly, it is extremely limited to private equity investing by definition in private companies. No part of public companies are affected here, just the opposite. This is an opportunity for private companies to find investors that can only invest if they have a reasonable knowledge of what the product is asked to be and nothing more. And every one of them must still pass the same rigorous application and retention policy for whatever level of clearance is required. So I would hope that these words would help the other side understand that, in fact, Congress gains more control over many of the things being complained about by passing this amendment than by not. And with that, I yield back, urging support.
The gentleman from California yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 34, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise to offer amendment number 34 as the designee for Mr. Scott from Georgia.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 34, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Mrs. Henson of Iowa.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Hinson, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would prohibit foreign nationals from designated countries of concern to access non-public areas of any national laboratory. This straightforward measure would protect the integrity of America's national labs and the sensitive research that underpins our national security. For years, we know the Chinese Communist Party has executed sweeping, coordinated campaigns to acquire American tech and innovation by any means necessary. Last month, Mr. David Shedd, the former acting director of Defense Intelligence Agency, said, quote, efforts blending cyber espionage, human intelligence, academic collaboration, and commercial investments have fueled China's rapid military and economic rise. This should concern all of us. 2 years ago, Congress passed a law which prohibited foreign nationals from China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea from accessing our weapons labs. This was an important first step. But now we must address the same vulnerabilities in our science labs, labs where sensitive but unclassified work on artificial intelligence, quantum technologies, and advanced computing are performed. These are the very labs that the President tasked with executing the Genesis mission, a modern-day Manhattan project to ensure that the United States wins the race for AI dominance. Yet, at the same time, we are allowing thousands of non-traditional intelligence collectors from our competitors and greatest adversaries to operate inside of these facilities. We know China's playbook. The CCP will weaponize any expertise it gains, militarily, commercially, or economically. Our adversaries are running sophisticated espionage campaigns while we are rolling out the red carpet for thousands of these foreign nationals from proven countries of concern. This is a direct threat to our national security. So this amendment simply closes a known vulnerability. It prohibits foreign nationals from countries of concern from accessing any non-public area of a national laboratory that receives defense funding. So building on those actions taken 2 years ago, this amendment protects the Genesis project and mission and ensures that America, not our adversaries, will reap the benefits of scientific breakthroughs that our scientists achieve. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Iowa reserves. For what purposes the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume. You know, this amendment is unnecessary, and I urge everyone to oppose it. The Department of Energy laboratories are onto this problem, and they've been onto it for decades. Prior to serving in Congress, I spent over 20 years at Fermi National Accelerator Laboratory, where we had Russian collaborators in the heart of the Cold War. Some of the very first experiments that were done at Fermi National Lab had Russian participants, and we had incredibly competent scientists coming and visiting. It was actually kind of amusing when you had a group of Russian collaborators. There'd be 5 brilliant scientists, and then one guy who was a not very good physicist. He was the KGB guy, and everyone laughed about it. And we had this under control. It was also a huge benefit to the United States, not only because of the brilliant assistance we had to grow our science program, but also, frankly, as a source of intelligence assets, that because these brilliant scientists would go back to Russia, and where we would maintain interesting communications with them. That's especially important today, where because China's basically installed a surveillance state, it is very difficult for us to maintain human assets in China. But this is one of the only opportunities that we have to actually develop high-level scientific assets. And so just from that point of view alone, this is a wrong amendment. It's not just me that feels this way. Donald Trump's Department of Energy opposes this, and this is I'll just read verbatim their comment on it. This amendment, quote, "This amendment effectively imposes an outright prohibition on access to DOE national laboratories for all foreign nationals from countries of concern, regardless of their mode of access. While intended to address security concerns, this sweeping restriction will severely disrupt the national laboratory research and development ecosystem and key administration research priorities," the Trump administration. "The Office of Science and other DOE lab-stewarded programs have a significant number of international scientists and engineers who serve as employees, users of SC scientific user facilities, or collaborative visitors. These individuals already undergo indices, checks, and are extensive multi-layer risk mitigation measures prior to receiving laboratory access. By bypassing these tailored risk-based protocols in favor of a blanket ban, this amendment will disrupt essential scientific human resources who greatly contribute to domestic scientific competitiveness." It's not often that I agree with the Trump administration, but they pretty much nailed that one. This amendment is unnecessary and counterproductive, and I, at this point, will yield the balance of what? Reserve the balance.
Does the gentleman reserve or
Yes.
yield?
Reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
I'm prepared to close if the gentleman's prepared.
The
Yes.
gentlewoman from Iowa reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Scott's amendment, I guess it's not Mr. Scott at this point, has identified a concern about the impact of foreign nationals from countries like Russia, China, and Iran, principally China. However, this amendment is just unnecessarily restrictive on our national laboratories. I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing this amendment and yield back.
The gentleman from Illinois yields. The gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I think we can all agree that collaboration is an essential part of research, and especially much of the research happening in our national laboratories. We are at a critical point for our country when it comes to national security and making sure that the investments that American taxpayers are putting into these institutions are protected from our adversaries. So with that, I urge a yes vote on this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Iowa yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Iowa. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 44, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 44, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Mr. Harrigan of North Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harrigan, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina.
Mr. Chairman, I rise today in strong support of my amendment. This amendment does one thing. It bars the Department of War from buying, installing, or operating automated speed cameras on military installations and requires any that are already in place to be decommissioned within 180 days. These systems are not about safety. They're about revenue. They hand out fines without context, without discretion, and without due process for our service members. We just spent the last few years working hard through the NDAA to increase lower enlisted pay, only to seemingly try to take it away from them. Make no mistake, this is not just a financial risk. It's a security risk. We have seen what happens when camera networks tied to critical infrastructure get compromised. Reporting this year revealed that foreign intelligence services spent years secretly accessing Tehran's traffic camera network to track the movements of Iran's top leadership ahead of a strike that killed its supreme leader. These networked systems are an open door for our adversaries to exploit. To be clear about what this amendment does not do, installation commanders still keep the full authority to enforce speed limits through military police, exactly as they do today. Force protection, access control, and criminal investigation cameras at our facility gates will remain untouched. This amendment targets one narrow thing: automated speed enforcement and nothing else. Our troops should not be a captive customer base for a ticketing vendor or a soft target for our adversaries. This amendment closes that door while preserving every legitimate tool that a commander needs to keep a base safe. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself 90 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized for 90 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I must say I'm pretty baffled by this amendment from my friend and colleague, and I rise in opposition to this amendment. It moves base safety in the wrong direction. In fact, even the Department of Defense opposes this amendment. This amendment would prohibit automated speed enforcement cameras on military installations. To be clear, these cameras aren't about punishing our troops or their families. They exist to keep bases and military families safe. These cameras keep reckless drivers accountable and have a proven and effective record for reducing traffic accidents and maintaining safe and orderly driving. The Federal Highway Administration speed enforcement cameras have been found to reduce roadway fatalities and injuries by up to 37%. I want to remind my colleagues that our military bases aren't just for troops to work and train. They're home to schools, youth centers, child development centers, playgrounds, and family housing. Junior personnel can't usually afford vehicles and are usually having to walk around bases. So it is imperative that we maintain traffic safety. The service members and families who live and work on these bases deserve every protection we can give them, and that must be part of this conversation. I have not heard one shred of data and not one credible argument that this amendment makes our installations safer. Not one. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve my balance and my time right now.
The gentleman from California has the right to close. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I appreciate my colleague from California's concern about overall base safety. But I think if we step back and actually look at the big picture here, what we are talking about is simply a tax on our lower enlisted personnel. We have military police to enforce safety standards that are already issued by the base commander across every installation that we have. And at the end of the day, we cannot deny that NIPRNet has been compromised by over 90% of our most serious and significant adversaries, the exact same net that these speed cameras would live on. I think that's a significant concern for the safety and security of our installation personnel, the operations that are ongoing on our installations, and for that reason, I encourage my colleagues to strongly support this amendment, and I yield.
The gentleman from North Carolina yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman is the only one with time remaining.
Can I close now? Is that where we're
Yes,
at?
sir.
Okay.
The gentleman from California is recognized for his closing.
I appreciate my colleague's argument there, but if the Department of Defense can't maintain the cybersecurity cameras on our own installations, then we have a lot bigger problems. The truth is vehicle accidents are one of the leading cause of deaths for our service members. So why are we even debating this? We should be debating amendments that rein in this administration's reckless conduct on this Iran war or its reckless spending in the Middle East. But instead of my colleagues would rather discuss speed cameras. But the fact is, this amendment restrains the Secretary's ability to allocate security and law enforcement resources to address traffic safety. Prohibiting the use of speed cameras also undermines an installation's commander's ability to deploy the appropriate resources to effectively meet the traffic and public safety needs of the installation. I urge my colleagues to oppose this reckless amendment, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from North Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Let's record a vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from North Carolina will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to H.Res. 1438, I offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 2, consisting of amendments numbered 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, 152, 153, 154, 155, 156, 157, and 158. Printed in Part A of House Report Number 119-755, offered by Mr. Rogers of Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, will each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This time I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Fong.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my amendments to the fiscal year 2027 National Defense Authorization Act. Nowhere is this legislation more critical than in California's 20th Congressional District, home to Edwards Air Force Base, the Naval Air Weapons Station China Lake, Naval Air Station Lemoore, and the Mojave Air and Spaceport. I'm honored to offer 3 amendments that support our installations today. First, Amendment 136 honors the 8 heroes lost in the tragic B-52 crash at Edwards Air Force Base last month. It directs the Department of War to brief Congress on the cause of the accident. These brave individuals sacrificed their lives so that we can live in peace and freedom. Their commitment and dedication will never be forgotten. Second, Amendment 137 directs a comprehensive study of medical and safety resources at Edwards Air Force Base. Edwards is located in a remote area of our state, which is critical for the test work that is performed. I want to ensure that the military members, civilians, and contractors serving at the base have access to the health and safety resources needed to advance their mission. Third, Amendment 135 directs a study of supersonic airspace connectivity between the R-2508 airspace complex, which includes China Lake, Edwards Air Force Base, and Fort Irwin, and connects to the Point Mugu Sea Range. These ranges encompass over 56,000 square miles of world-class testing capacity. Combined with the civilian capabilities of Mojave Air and Spaceport and NASA Armstrong, my amendment will help better integrate supersonic airspace connectivity and would expand test capabilities for both military and commercial airspace, keeping America at the cutting edge of defense innovation. These amendments help ensure our defense installations have the resources, the safety, and the airspace they need to continue leading the way. I urge my colleagues to support them, and I yield back.
And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington State is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Washington State reserves. The gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to yield such time as he may consume to my friend and colleague from Texas, Mr. McCall.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your great work on this National Defense Authorization Bill. As always, you've delivered. Mr. Speaker, every day our nation loses 17 veterans to suicide. These are men and women who survived combat, but then lost to a quiet and longer war against the invisible wounds that they carried with them. Since a disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, many of them are asking, was it worth it? Well, we're providing a solution to that problem here today. And I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Luttrell, for his service as a Navy SEAL and also for introducing this amendment to increase veterans' access to Ibogaine. I know personally how much this means to our nation's heroes because I've talked to them, the Special Operators Association, to people, veterans across this nation who are clamoring for a solution to their problem. And we have one. They should not have to travel to Mexico to receive this treatment. Countless vets have told me that they were going to give this one shot before they committed suicide. They went down, they experienced Ibogaine, and they came back cured. Stanford University did a study on 30 veterans with TBI and PTSD where Ibogaine, verified through MRI brain scans, demonstrating that this medicine actually regenerated brain tissue and helped them get over their addiction to opioids and resolve their PTSD and TBI. This needs to be available in the United States of America now in clinical trials to our veterans. My home state of Texas passed legislation to provide clinical trials to veterans for Ibogaine. I want to thank my former Governor Rick Perry and Mr. Brian Hubbard, Americans for Ibogaine, for leading this effort. I want to thank Morgan Luttrell and Marcus, his brother, who we all know the lone survivor story. Ibogaine saved their lives, and we've heard the testimony from them about the effectiveness of this medicine. It is time, Mr. Speaker, to make this medicine available to our veterans here in the United States, at our VA clinics across the nation. And this amendment, and I want to thank the chairman for supporting it, will take us to that point where we can now save their lives, where they don't have to worry about suicide. They don't have to be on 30 medications, for God's sakes, to treat their addiction, to treat their PTSD. When we know we have a medicine that works, the evidence is there, the data is there, the Stanford study is there to save their lives. So I urge my colleagues to vote for this measure. Again, I want to thank all my colleagues, including the chairman, Morgan Luttrell. I want to thank the Energy and Commerce Committee for their work to bring all of this to the floor, not only today, but in the future with future legislation. And I want to thank the heroes, those who have served this country in harm's way, those who have put their lives at risk, who are suffering from these diseases today. We owe it to them to pass this legislation. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
Gentleman from Washington continues to reserve. Gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Bresnahan.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of this en bloc, which includes an amendment that calls on the President to award the Medal of Honor to Colonel Bob Graham of New Angola, Pennsylvania. On May 1st, 1966, at the height of Operation Birmingham in the Vietnam War, then Captain Graham flew his battle-damaged F-100 Super Sabre through monsoon weather to reach American troops surrounded by 4,000 enemy soldiers. He made more than 15 low-level attack passes under heavy artillery fire, knowing full well he may not survive. He not only survived, but destroyed 8 enemy gun positions, neutralized over 1,500 enemy troops, and broke the back of that assault, saving hundreds of American lives. Colonel Graham flew over 500 combat missions across 4 tours in Vietnam and served his country faithfully for 26 years. He already earned the Silver Star for his heroic actions that day. However, it is past time that we recognize his actions went above and beyond the call of duty. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and finally give Colonel Graham the recognition he has long since earned. I yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Washington.
We continue to reserve. We have no speakers on this
Washington
en bloc.
reserves.
Thank you, Mr.
From
Chairman. At this
Alabama.
time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Van Epps.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to rise today to offer 3 critical amendments. Military readiness depends on more than the weapons our warfighters carry. It depends on the infrastructure that supports them, our ability to get new technology into their hands, and an industrial base capable of sustaining them in conflict. At Fort Campbell, much of the water and wastewater infrastructure is more than 60 years old. A major failure could disrupt military operations and affect the health of military families. And this challenge extends far beyond Fort Campbell. That is why my amendment directs the Department of War to assess critical aging utility systems across military installations and prioritize future investments before failures degrade readiness. But readiness also means ensuring our warfighters have the best technology available. My second amendment will accelerate the delivery of advanced technologies to the battlefield, cutting through barriers that too often slow innovation. And when conflict comes, we must have the capacity to sustain the fight. My third amendment requires major defense contractors to plan now for how they would rapidly increase production during a national emergency or major conflict. We must ensure our military has the infrastructure, technology, and industrial capacity to fight and win. I urge my colleagues to support these amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to urge all members to support the en bloc package, and I yield back the balance of my
Gentleman
time.
from Alabama yields back. Gentleman from Washington State.
I too urge all members to support this en bloc package and yield back the
Gentleman
balance
yields
of my time.
back. The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Alabama. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to H.Res. 1438, I offer amendments en bloc.
The chair will designate the amendments en bloc. The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc number 3, consisting of amendments numbered 159, 160, 161, 162, 163, 164, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, 172, 173, 174, 175, 176, 177, 178, 179, 180, 181, 182, 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 188, 189, 190, 191, 192, 193, 194, 195, 196, 197, 198, 199, 200, 201, 202, 203, 204, 205, 206, 207, 208, 209, 210, 211, and 212, printed in Part A of House Report Number 119-755, offered by Mr. Rogers of Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and gentleman from Washington State, Mr. Smith, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I rise today in support of Chairman Hill's amendment to extend the Defense Production Act for an additional 5 years. For decades, the Defense Production Act has served as an important national security tool. It has continually provided flexibility to strengthen our industrial base and respond to emergencies, ensure the United States has the resources it needs to meet threats, national security threats at home and abroad. The Defense Production Act helps keep our supply chain secure, strengthens manufacturing in the United States, and ensures that our service members have the support they need to defend our nation. At a time when our adversaries are investing heavily in new technologies and strengthening their own industrial and defense capabilities, we cannot afford to fall behind. Earlier this Congress, the House Financial Services Committee unanimously advanced bipartisan legislation to reauthorize and modernize the Defense Production Act. I was proud to sponsor that legislation. This reflects a shared understanding that a strong defense industrial base is essential to America's national security and to our economic resilience. Congress has a responsibility to provide our service members with the resources and support they need to accomplish their mission safely and effectively, and we must ensure there's no gap in essential provisions. While I'm disappointed that this House is not considering the full bipartisan reauthorization of our standalone bill, I do believe it's essential that we provide certainty to our own economy, to our defense industrial base, and to the manufacturers and processors that help keep America secure. This is what a clean 5-year extension achieves. So I urge all of our colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
I reserve.
He reserves. Gentleman from Washington State is recognized.
I reserve as well. Thank you.
Gentleman from Washington State reserves. Gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further speakers, so at this time I'd urge support of the en bloc package and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Alabama yields back. Gentleman from
I
Washington
urge
State.
adoption of the en bloc package and yield back as well.
Gentleman from Washington State yields back. The question is on the amendment en bloc offered by the gentleman from Alabama. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to HRES 1438, I offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 4, consisting of amendments number 213, 214, 215, 216, 217, 218, 219, 220, 221, 222, 223, 224, 225, 226, 227, 228, 229, 230, 231, 232, 233, 234, 235, 236, 237, 238, 239, 240, 241, 242, 243, 244, 245, 246, 247, 248, 249, 250, 251, 252, 253, 254, 255, 256, 257, 258, 259, 260, 261, 262, 263, 264, and 265, printed in Part A of House Report Number 119-755, offered by Mr. Rogers of Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from Washington State, Mr. Smith, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Chairman, I have no speakers on this en bloc package, so I want to urge support of the package and yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields his time. Gentleman from Washington State is recognized.
I too urge support of the en bloc and yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Washington State yields. The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Alabama. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to HRES 1438, I offer amendments en bloc.
The chair will designate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 5, consisting of amendments numbered 266, 267, 268, 269, 270, 271, 272, 273, 274, 275, 276, 277, 278, 279, 280, 281, 282, 283, 284, 285, 286, 287, 288, 289, 290, 291, 292, 293, 294, 295, 296, 297, 298, 299, 300, 301, 302, 303, 304, 305, 306, 307, 308, 309, 310, 311, 312, 313, 314, 315, 317, 318, 319, and 320, printed in Part A of House Report Number 119-755, offered by Mr. Rogers of Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from Washington State, Mr. Smith, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve at this time.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Washington State is recognized.
I don't have any speakers on this one, so
Uh,
I yield back.
The gentleman from Washington State yields back. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I urge support of the en bloc package, and I yield the balance of my time.
The question is, the gentleman from Alabama yields back as well. The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Alabama. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. And you pin the chair. The ayes have it. The en bloc amendment are agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 316, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 316, printed in Part A of House Report Number 119-755, offered by Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Chair, I'll yield myself as much time as I may consume. This amendment requires the Department of War to examine options for reducing its civilian workforce by 200,000 positions. For point of reference, at the time that President Trump took office, the number of non-uniform personnel in the Department of War was about 770,000. There was a buyout situation in which they reduced that number by about 80,000, and since that time, they felt there were certain positions that they had to refill that they probably shouldn't have let go, so right now they're sitting around 705,000. We know that DOJ felt that throughout government, they had unnecessary personnel. And we have all heard anecdotal evidence of people working in a variety of agencies, but particularly the Department of War, who may not be necessary. I'll point out, since I've kind of looked into this, that I have found shocking anecdotes of people working in the private sector, in big companies who manage to get by doing very little work because the companies are just plain too big and people fall between the cracks. If that's going in private sector big companies, think how much more likely that's happening in a big organization like the Department of War. In any event, right now we're dealing with a situation in which the Department of War is asking for a considerable increase in money, in particular with regard to its authorization bill and also with regard to the other bill that we're going to be trying to be passing this week. So given that, we have to make sure that they're not wasting any money, and I think it'd be a good exercise for the Department of War to say, we've got of these 705,000 people, what would happen if we had to get rid of 200,000? Maybe we'll find they're all necessary, but I don't think so. In any event, I think it is good from time to time to big organizations look and see whether everybody is necessary, what they're doing. For too long, Washington's allowed federal bureaucracies to grow without regularly asking whether every position is necessary and asking what people are doing. We can protect national security while also demanding efficiency and accountability, as we know from the proposals that we're going to have to vote on this week. There certainly are, the military certainly needs to find new money, and we're broke, so it'd be better if they find out whether in their workforce they're wasting money. In any event, we are going to ask the Department of War to see what would happen if they had to reduce their number of non-uniform positions by 200,000. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. For what purposes? The gentlelady from Hawaii seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I strongly oppose this amendment, which would require the Department of Defense to develop plans to eliminate 200,000 civilian employees. Well, I have news for you. This administration already did that, and I saw the consequences with my own eyes. I had lunch with junior enlisted Marines in Hawaii. They told me it took months to fix their broken washing machines, a full year to fix the sink in a barracks room. I saw windows duct taped and mold painted over. Child care rooms were empty because they had no staff to care for service members' children. When I asked the base commander why it took a year to fix a sink, he said it's because almost all of the maintenance staff took the deferred resignation program, and with the hiring freeze, they couldn't find replacements. There are 20,000 DoD civilian employees in Hawaii, about 800,000 worldwide. They are essential to readiness, and at a time when Americans are struggling to make ends meet, they are good jobs. They have been and should remain stable jobs, too, allowing people to serve their country and care for their families. Bottom line, our war fighters rely on civilian employees for everything from maintenance to acquisition to health care to child care. They keep our subs and jets battle ready and our service members healthy. It's time we stop treating them as disposable. Instead, we should be investing in the civilian workforce, not continuing to threaten to cut their jobs. I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Hawaii reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin recognized.
Just one final comment. We didn't say we were going to reduce the workforce by 200,000. We were going to say what happens if we tried to do it. I do believe that if you get around here and ask people, they will give you anecdotal evidence of people working for a very short period of time. As far as already dealing with this, there was a buyout. As I mentioned, they bought out the contracts bought out several employees who they shouldn't have bought out. But right now, we've reduced the workforce by about 65,000. Again, I think if you ask people in this town, it will not be hard to find people who feel people working in the federal agencies are not doing a lot. And I know that's true in the private sector. It's certainly more likely to be true here. I'm a little bit shocked that we won't even allow the department to do a study. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves.
I reserve.
Gentlelady from Hawaii is recognized.
At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to Representative Norcross of New Jersey.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this amendment. This amendment requires a report to outline the option for reducing the Department of Defense civilian workforce by 200,000 workers. Very arbitrary number. It's truly stunning, a continuation of unprecedented attacks on our federal civilian workforce that we've seen under this administration led by the very top, by President Trump and his cabinet. I will remind my colleagues that President Trump established DOGE last year, which resulted in cuts across the entire federal workforce of over 280,000 employees. Since then, the federal government, and particularly Department of Defense, has absolutely hemorrhaged critical talent, institutional knowledge, and subject matter experts across our workforce, the men and women that we cannot afford to lose. Over the last year, we've already seen the reductions across the Department of Defense workforce by about 10%, over 78,000 workers. In fact, the GAO, the Government Accountability Office, already did a study on the Department of Defense implementation of the 2025 reductions. And they put out their findings in a report on May 29th of this year. And this is what we found. The Department of Defense did not consistently analyze the impacts on the civilian workforce reduction, either in 25 or in prior years. So a study's been done, and they did absolutely nothing with it. Instead, we're taking up this amendment, which arbitrarily seeks recommendations to reach a target of $200,000 or 200,000 people in reduction before we even understand what the impacts of the last set of cuts have taken place. Unfortunately, in our country and our national security, we already are paying the price for these reckless attacks on our hardworking men and women who keep our workforce and our Defense Department running. What we absolutely already know is these firings. I ask for 15 additional seconds, please. Thank you. Let's get to the bottom line here. Our responsibility as a member of Congress is to make sure that we have a defense that is ready. We can't do it with less people. We are losing this institutional knowledge that is so critical for defending our nation. We are against this. Please reject this amendment, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Hawaii reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Just final comment. I know somebody who bought at a company, and at least he informs me he found out that probably half of his white-collar employees were unnecessary. I think if you get around this town and talk to people, you'll certainly find a lot of anecdotal evidence. And I think it's kind of amazing that the Democrat Party is afraid of a study. I mean, maybe the study will come back and show it's tight as a drum. I don't think so. But I'm just kind of shocked that at a time where we are asking for tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars more for our Department of War, we're not going to do a study on our civilian employees. But thanks.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Hawaii is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How much time do I have left remaining?
1 minute and 15 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield the balance of my time to Representative Sorensen of Illinois.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for the balance of time.
I rise today in strong opposition to the Grothman Amendment. I'm proud to live in an Army town. I represent the historic Rock Island Arsenal in the House of Representatives. Every single one of my neighbors works to support our troops and make sure that our readiness and logistics keep our country safe. I find it outrageous that this commander-in-chief and his loyalists think it's okay to possibly kick these true Americans out of the civilian workforce. 200,000 patriots. These are combat veterans. These are experts. Back home, the Rock Island Arsenal cannot deal with this, Mr. Grothman. And Mr. Speaker, I won't remain silent when this amendment is dropped at the 11th hour to decimate our institution. Mr. Speaker, I also can't understand how anyone can call themselves America First when they offer plans to possibly throw men and women out in uniform just as casually as taking out the trash. These are patriots. Allowing this to move forward wouldn't just eliminate the jobs of 200,000 Americans, it would put our troops at risk as well. Republicans and Democrats, please honor them with a no vote on Amendment 316. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Hawaii reserves.
I yield back the remainder of my time.
Yield back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Oh, final comment. I'm just kind of shocked that we have a lot of people who don't want auditors poking around the Department of War and seeing what they'll find out. And I will point out that the Department of War has not passed an audit for, I believe, almost 30 years. Somewhat alone in that compared to other agencies. And I guess maybe one of the reasons, obviously, that you don't want to do an audit is you're afraid what you're going to find out.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
The questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Gentleman requests a roll call vote pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin will be postponed. For what purpose is the gentleman from Washington State seek recognition?
To strike the last word for the purpose of doing closing debate on the NDAA. I assume Mr. Rogers intends to close as well. Okay.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, first of all, I want to thank everyone involved in the process. We do this every year, but I think it's really important that we recognize the people who did all of the work to make this bill possible. Certainly the HASC staff, my able team behind me, the team that serves Mr. Rogers and serves the full committee. We work in a bipartisan way through, well over 1,000 amendments and twice, 2 or 3 times that many ideas to craft together a very large piece of incredibly important legislation. That work should not go unrecognized. The members of the committee, I think, also go out of their way to work in an incredibly bipartisan way, and that is a credit to Chairman Rogers. He makes a real effort to make sure that Democrats are included, that we have a fair conversation, and we try to get to the best result possible. I think that's incredibly important. Also want to thank the Rules Committee. They have to sort through, over 1,000 amendments as well. And, of course, the floor staff that has to work through this entire process every year. They do an outstanding and amazing job. They are dedicated public servants who deserve our very high praise. And the bill itself, there are things I like, things I don't like. I think it reflects the process overall. I think it does a very good job of doing oversight, of getting to acquisition reform, of continuing along the path of how do we innovate faster at scale. The chairman has done an excellent job of, pointing out the need for that. We need innovative technologies. We need them in a more cost-effective way. This bill reflects those priorities. It also supports our troops. It supports our troops and our families. Pay raise, general benefits across the board, a real focus on making sure that our service members are taken care of. Now, I don't like that the SAVE Act is going to be attached to this. I don't like the gratuitous anti-trans amendments that were added to the bill. There are other aspects of it that I'm troubled by, but overall I respect the process. But the big point I want to make today is I really think we're at a crossroads in this Congress. In the appropriations process as well, but in the NDAA. We are trying to work in a bipartisan way, and I will say that Mr. Rogers does it. I think Senator Wicker in the Senate does it. But we have to do that against the backdrop of an unbelievably partisan and in many ways out of control administration and Department of Defense. They are taking us down roads that I think are incredibly dangerous and make it very, very hard to maintain that bipartisan spirit. And I want you to know, I am an incredibly reasonable person. I work with absolutely anybody. There's some people who say I'm too willing to work with people. But that's the nature of the democratic process. I don't identify the people I like and don't like and say, okay, if I don't like you, I'm not going to work with you. For representative democracy to work, we have to work with people that we disagree with, many times passionately, strongly, on incredibly important issues. And we've done that throughout my entire time on this committee, through a fair number of chairs and ranking members for 65 years. I haven't been on the committee for 65 years, but we have passed the National Defense Authorizing Act. During President Trump's first term, when I was chair of the committee, I worked with the Trump administration. We got a good bill done. The second time that the president threw a little wrench in at the end, in a bipartisan way, we actually overrode the president's veto to make sure that the NDAA got done. But this year, we have issues that have risen above the normal flow of partisan divide. First of all, you've got the budget number. When you add it all up, and I know this bill only has $1.15 trillion in it, but baked into the defense budget is another $350 billion in reconciliation, and then I forget where the supplemental is at these days. I think it's around 90, but you add it all up, and they're asking for $1.6 trillion in the defense budget. That is a 60% increase at a time when we are running a nearly $2 trillion deficit. And people are talking openly about what's going to happen when the U.S. has to default in 5 years, 6 years. And also at a time when, again, we insist on cutting taxes, cutting taxes, cutting taxes. And no, cutting taxes does not increase revenue. Just because revenue goes up from one year to the next, when you've cut taxes, it was going to go up anyway. The budget office says that the tax cuts cost us $4 trillion over 10 years. And then when you look at the other priorities that are out there, cuts to Medicaid, cuts to SNAP, inability to invest in infrastructure and housing. The American people are struggling to pay their bills, and we're going to put $1.6 trillion into the defense budget. It's not a reasonable thing to ask. We can't work in a bipartisan way on a number like that. And again, the White House and the Department of Defense take an unbelievably partisan approach. They have no interest in talking to us. They're giving briefings just to Republicans on crucial issues. Never happened before. Through Democrat, Republican, we've never seen anything like this. The unbelievable partisanship is undermining our ability to get to a bipartisan bill. And it starts with the budget, but there are many, many other issues. The war in Iran. We are in an incredibly dangerous situation. The costs continue to escalate. We've lost more service members. I strike the last word again. Yeah, sorry, I've actually got 8 of them if I want.
The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I don't intend to. We'll see how it goes. But we're going to keep going for a little bit here because we stumbled into a conflict in the dumbest way imaginable. In the history of the United States of America, we've made some mistakes in wars. This was about as idiotic a thing as I've ever seen, and the cost certainly to the global economy, to our reputation, to instability in the Middle East. You know, we've lost so many service members, thousands of people wounded. And I know a lot of people say, well, it's terrible because Trump never had a plan. It's actually a hell of a lot worse than that. He had a plan. His plan was that he was going to bomb Iran for 4 weeks and they were going to give up. Literally, that was his plan. People told him, his own administration told him that was idiotic. It wasn't going to happen. But he did it anyway. And when it didn't work, he just thinks if we drop a few more bombs, here we are. We keep hearing about how the Iranian military is completely obliterated. It's gone. They're defeated. And yet, the missiles and the drones keep coming. People in the region keep dying, and our service members keep dying. That's not just a mistake. That's living in an alternative universe. That's not living in the world that we're actually in, and the war continues. So as we support anything in the defense area, we are de facto supporting this war with no end in sight. And the way the president talks about it, oh, you know, we're going to take Cargill. We can take Cargill Island. Wouldn't be a problem. We'll do it. That's insane, okay? If you actually follow the military plans. Maybe you could take it, but you know, you got to hold it. And they're going to be lobbing missiles at you. We are in an incredibly serious business, and the president is talking about this like it's some sort of bad fiction novel. We have to hold them accountable for that, and it's not just the war in Iran. We are engaged in a major conflict in Latin America right now, which people don't know about. We're fighting narco-terrorists. We're still blowing up boats. We're partnering with various different countries and killing people down there, all with no transparency. And then we have what's going on in Europe. We periodically threaten to pull troops out of Europe. The president and the vice president and others talk about Europe facing civilizational erasure and really focused on that issue of pulling back from supporting them in any way because what, we're not allies and partners? The strongest alliance, NATO, in the history of this country is regularly denigrated by our president. Now, I know people want to kid themselves and say, look, he's just doing it so that our NATO partners step up, okay? And that's all we want to do. But that's not why he's just doing it. And I'll give you a great example. Hungary. You know, I was talking with a Department of Defense official the other day, and he said, look, our plan in Europe is actually working because NATO is stepping up. And crucial to that was that Orban lost so that Hungary supported the support for Ukraine, but our president and vice president were supporting keeping the dictator in charge of Hungary, so that never would have happened. We are in incredibly dangerous times, and then we have the president's use of our military domestically, which he's done, and then he gives a speech talking about election interference, leaving us all to wonder, is he going to honor the outcome of this election? And what is our obligation to make sure that he does? We are not in normal times. I am also deeply concerned about Secretary Hegseth and the way he is running the Department of Defense. He too has no idea what's happening in Iran or how we're ever going to get out of that war. But he has also talked about giving no quarter to our enemies. We bombed, accidentally, a girls' school and killed 145 civilians. I don't know how long ago now, 3-4 months ago. It's obvious we did it. We won't take responsibility for it. And then the Secretary of Defense comes out and says publicly, no quarter for our enemy? He has served in the military. He knows what that means. No survivors. The president talks about erasing the Iranian civilization. He talks about bombing civilian targets. Never would the United States of America have done any of those things. We are in an incredibly, incredibly dangerous time. I want to maintain the bipartisan nature of this bill. I do. And I know that the chairman does. But if we're going to do this, we're going to need some Republicans to stand up to the President of the United States and say, no. No, we're not going to get you $1.6 trillion. No, we're not just going to give you a blank check for a war that is totally out of control, not going anywhere with no end in sight. I keep hearing people say, well, we just have to finish the job, like we're cleaning out the garage. And if we just stick at it long enough, I strike the last word. If we just stick at it long enough, then we'll be done. There's no plan. There is no plan to bomb a target that's going to make Iran change their mind. So we have to stand up and say, no, we can't do those things. And I say all of that again. You know, I want to get us back to a reasonable place where we can have a bipartisan agreement, and I hope in the next couple of months we will get there. But I really want people to understand how unprecedented this moment that we are in is. The president is taking us down a bitterly partisan, divisive road and pushing policies. I didn't even talk about the tariffs that he slaps on our allies at a whim. Canada. Apparently there's fires up in Canada and the wind's blowing south, so it's Canada's fault and we have to slap a 50% tariff on them. This is the way we govern? Yeah, it's insane. And we need to rein it in. We in Congress need to stand up and say, no, we are going to begin to get some of this under control. At a minimum, let's have a sensible budget and let's stop the war in Iran. So I can't support this bill, and it profoundly hurts me because I believe in this process. It's the last thing I will say. I will continue to want to work with any reasonable person who shows up in the Trump administration, all right? I don't want to shun them because this body has to work. If we don't pass legislation, then the president has even more power. If the legislative branch shuts down, that simply consolidates more power in the executive branch. We have to find a way through this, but it's not going to be easy, and I want to make sure people understand the unprecedented nature of where we are at, and we all begin to work together to get ourselves to a better place. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose is the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you. I want to start by thanking my good friend Adam Smith, the ranking member of the Armed Services Committee. Again this year, we have continued to work in a bipartisan fashion to lead the Armed Services Committee, and we have done this for years. I could not have a better partner in doing that. And folks really need to take note of this because this is the largest piece of authorizing legislation that moves through the Congress. It authorizes over half of all discretionary spending. And we lead this committee in a bipartisan fashion. We pass this bill out of committee in a bipartisan fashion. And that doesn't just happen. That occurs because of leadership that we get from both sides of the aisle. The staff take their cue from the chair and the ranking member, and other members do when we conduct our business, and we do it in a bipartisan fashion, and it is so important. We're talking about our nation's security. We're talking about our men and women who put their lives at risk for our nation, for the families involved. We want them to know that this is not political gamesmanship that's leading up here. This is members working in a serious, focused fashion to try to get good policy developed that will make their lives better and keep our nation free and safe. And Adam Smith just does a great job in leading the committee. When he was chair, he led by example, and he's continued to do as ranking member, and I appreciate that. I also want to thank the staff. You know, we have an incredible professional staff on the Armed Services Committee on both sides of the aisle, and they do follow our lead, and they work in a very collaborative fashion, and I want to thank them for that. We had a little over 1,000 member provisions submitted to our committee before the markup. We had 1,200 amendments offered during committee markup and 1,400 amendments here. The staff had to go through all of that and work it up and just done it in a very professional fashion. I want to thank House Ledge Council, CBO, and the parliamentarian for their leadership and staff in developing this bill to the point it's at today. Mr. Chairman, a couple of weeks ago, we celebrated the 250th anniversary of our independence. But as many of you know, the Army, Navy, Marine Corps, and are each celebrating their 251st birthday this year. That's because in 1775, the Continental Congress knew we needed a professional fighting force to secure our freedom. It was a bold and courageous act that shocked the British and the world. And I'm certainly not asking for Congress to do anything that courageous, but for the sake of guaranteeing our freedom well into the future, we need to act now to reverse decades of underinvestment and neglect in our armed forces and our defense industrial base. This bill will do that and much more. It will build the ready, capable, and lethal fighting force we need to deter China and other adversaries. I know there are provisions in this bill that some folks disagree with, but understand that this is just a single step in a long process. I want everyone to know that we will continue to work in a bipartisan manner as we make our way through the conference committee. We will work to produce a bill that can pass both chambers and be signed into law. I urge all members to help us reach that goal by supporting this bill today and moving it along. And with that, I urge a yes vote and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose is the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 8800, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has under consideration H.R. 8800 has come to no resolution thereon. See Jody. Oh, he's here. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Sections 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to the situation in Mali declared in Executive Order 13882 of July 26, 2019 is to continue in effect beyond July 26, 2026. The situation in Mali, including repeated violations of ceasefire arrangements made pursuant to the 2015 Agreement on Peace and Reconciliation in Mali, a coup d'etat resulting in the termination of that agreement, the expansion of terrorist activities into southern and central Mali, and the intensification of drug trafficking and trafficking in persons, human rights abuses, and hostage-taking, a further coup d'etat, the presence of foreign mercenaries threatening peace, security, and stability, and the intensification of attacks against civilians, the Malian Defense and Security Forces, the United Nations Multi-Dimensional Integrated Stabilization Mission in Mali, MINUSMA, and international security presence continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13882 with respect to the situation in Mali. Signed, Donald J. Trump, the White House, July 21st, 2026.
Reported to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H-Con Res 113.
Without objection. Pursuant to the House Resolution 1438 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H-Con Res 113. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Goldman, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H-Con Res 113, which the clerk will report by title.
Concurrent resolution establishing the congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2027 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal years 2028 through 2036.
Pursuant to the rule, the concurrent resolution is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the concurrent resolution and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Budget or their respective designees. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the American people suffered for 4 years of lawlessness, incompetence, and habitual failure under Joe Biden and Democrat leadership. One self-inflicted disaster after another. Border chaos, rampant crime, feckless foreign policy, and spending-induced inflation we haven't seen in a half a century, a crushing cost of living crisis, and the worst regressive tax on working families in this country. And in the historic election of 2024, our citizens gave us unified Republican leadership and an unambiguous and unequivocal message. They said, we want strong, competent leaders, common sense policies, and a commitment to America and Americans first. For our part, Mr. Speaker, From day one, Republicans have united and relentlessly delivered in reversing those failed Democrat policies, delivering on the American people's priorities, and restoring America's greatness and the American spirit along with it. And we've been doing this, Mr. Speaker, in the face of unprecedented Democrat obstruction. They either didn't listen to the American people in the election of 2024, or worse, they didn't care. And instead of humble self-reflection and change, the Democrat Party has doubled down on their radical agenda and has hastened their march to Democrat socialism. Their entire strategy has been to resist Republicans, obstruct the president at all fronts, at all cost, even if it hurts our great nation, its success, and the safety and security of the American people, sadly. Exhibit A, the Democrats shut the government down for the first time in history when we presented a clean CR to continue the funding of last year until we could work out an appropriations deal. They rejected it, and their demand was to repeal the safeguards that we put to prevent illegals and ineligible people from draining the safety net that is there for vulnerable Americans. Then they shut Homeland Security down, and they held not only TSA agents and Coast Guardsmen hostage, they held the American people and our security hostage for absurd and dangerous demands that would have returned our country back to the Biden border nightmare, along with endangering our hardworking and brave Border Patrol and ICE agents. The Democrats have gone on time and time again with this unprecedented obstruction. Recently, they blocked the National Defense Authorization Act to protest President Trump and our troops' efforts to stop this radical terrorist regime from having nuclear weapons. They blocked FISA, which is a critical tool for our intelligence agencies to stave off and thwart terrorist attacks and Chinese espionage and hacking into our critical infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I could go on and on. Let me tell you what we've done as Republicans, relentlessly, every day, with a commitment to the people who sent us up here. In Reconciliation 1.0, we prevented the largest tax hike in our nation's history, 22%, which would have been on top of the 21% increase in prices they experienced from Biden inflation. We gave permanent tax relief to working families and small businesses. We made the largest investment in rebuilding our military, restoring their spirit, peace through strength for the U.S. of A., and we saved record $1.6 trillion in rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse that was robbing taxpayers and was weakening the safety net for our most vulnerable. Reconciliation 2.0, unfortunately, we had to burn a reconciliation and go at it again unilaterally. Republicans stopping the defunding of ICE and CBP. That's right. We didn't get a single Democrat vote to fund ICE and CBP. And the only way we turned Homeland Security back on is they wanted to cut them out of the equation. That's what we did with the second reconciliation. And here we are, Reconciliation 3.0, supporting our troops in their time of need. Just baseline battlefield readiness, Mr. Speaker, bullets and bombs to finish the job and to come home safely and victoriously, strengthen our food supply, and ultimately, we want to safeguard the integrity of our elections. We want to restore the American people's confidence because, as the founder said in the Declaration of Independence, there is no just government without the consent of the governed, and there's no legitimate consent, and there's no functioning democracy if the American people have no confidence in this election. And by the way, it's not just the president, It's not just MAGA Republicans. Nancy Pelosi in 2017 said this: our election was hijacked. There is no question. Congress has a duty to protect our democracy. Well, you know what, Mr. Speaker? I agree with Nancy Pelosi. We have a duty. We have a duty to safeguard our elections. We have a duty to restore confidence in what underpins the will of the people, their freedoms, our common defense, and the general welfare of every American in this country. So I encourage my, not just Republicans, but my Democrat colleagues, join us in supporting our troops and safeguarding our elections and saving America. I yield.
The gentleman yields. Does the gentleman reserve?
Hold on.
Ounce of my time.
The
Mr.
gentleman
Speaker.
reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as you may recall, 2 years ago in the election that my good friend the chair referenced, in which Donald Trump won a whopping landslide of 1.5 points, one of the closest national popular votes in American history, for those keeping score. But during that election, he campaigned in my state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, more than any other in the country. And the promise he most often recited at every rally was, and these were his exact words, quote, "I will lower your costs on day one." Mr. Speaker, what an abject failure. This presidency and the rubber stamp Republicans who enable him have pushed through an agenda that hasn't lowered costs for the American people. It has only made things far more expensive. He started over a year ago with the Trump tariff taxes, a tax on most imported goods. On average, this has raised costs by about $1,800 a year for the American family. He then doubled down on that last summer, in July of last year, when the rubber stamp Republicans passed and the president signed what he used to call the Big Beautiful Bill, which has become the big ugly law for the American people. That bill makes health care more expensive for the American people while cutting off their food assistance at a time that food prices are through the roof. And now here we are, after all of that, we have the Republican Reconciliation 3.0. Now, I think that both parties would agree. In fact, the two presidential nominees 2 years ago happened to, a rare point of agreement, but they happened to agree that the number one cost or number one issue on people's minds by far was the affordability crisis, that America had become too expensive. Well, isn't it interesting? Despite the fact that polls continue to show, by an overwhelming majority, that is the biggest issue that voters care about, we have in front of us the Republican Reconciliation 3.0, 47 pages, 6,560 words, not one word about affordability, not one word about how to bring down costs for the American people. Folks, they're not even trying. We have a president who just doesn't care about the average American family and the affordability crisis. Don't take my word for it. Take the president's own words. Quote, "I don't think about Americans' financial situation." And this bill reflects that fact. We have in this bill almost $100 billion in new deficit spending. Yes, that's right, the same crowd that loves to cry crocodile tears about deficit and debt whenever there's a president in the White House who's a Democrat. Cumulatively now, they have added $5 trillion to our national debt, more than any other 18-month period in the history of Congress. And they're about to add $100 billion more. Most of that spending is for President Trump's Iran war, a reckless decision with absolutely no plan on how to achieve victory and how it would end. The American people have paid the price for President Trump's war. In terms of dollars and cents, just look at gas prices. The day before the war was launched, the national average for a gallon of gas was $2.98. Today, it is over $4 a gallon and climbing. And here we have another reconciliation bill in front of us. Nothing in there whatsoever to bring down costs, nothing to lower gas prices, nothing to lower food prices, nothing to lower the cost of consumer goods. Just more spending on the most unpopular war in American history. That might sound like an exaggeration, a Trumpian exaggeration. No, it's a fact. Going back to the beginning of polling almost a century ago, there is no other war in American history in which the American people, by a more than 2-to-1 margin, disapprove over approve. Only 30% of the American people approve of what the president is doing in Iran. It's no wonder. They are paying the cost. And of course, as expensive as it is for the American family, that doesn't measure up to the ultimate cost, those lives that we have lost already in this war. So, Mr. Speaker, it is quite clear from the president's own words and the written text of this bill, this president and the Republican majority has no plan whatsoever on how to bring costs down for the American people. What's worse, they're not even trying. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my friend from Alabama, the chairman of the House Armed Services Committee here in the House, Mr. Mike Rogers.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this budget resolution. This resolution unlocks $60 billion in critically needed supplemental funding to support the warfighter and ensure our military readiness. Without these funds, military training exercises will be canceled. Maintenance of equipment, facilities, and weapon systems will be deferred. Munitions procurement will be postponed, and the combat readiness of our armed forces will suffer. This budget resolution will enable us to move legislation to provide $1.6 billion to ensure our service members are paid on time, $17 billion to cover unplanned operational costs such as fuel, training, and maintenance repairs, $18 billion to replenish the arsenal of critical munitions. And yesterday, you may have noticed Secretary Hegseth testified before the Senate that without these funds, we face critical shortfalls that threaten the department's ability to pay our service members, rapidly replenish equipment and munitions, and sustain vital operations without disruption. No matter how you feel about the current events, these funds are necessary to ensure our fighting forces remain ready, our troops are paid, and our nation is safe. I urge all members to support the resolution, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas reserves.
Mr. Speaker, as you heard from our chairman, while our Democrat colleagues are shutting down the Department of Homeland Security and blocking the National Defense Authorization Act in the Senate, we've got our troops standing in the gap, risking their lives for the common defense. They need to be refueled, they need the replenishment, and they need the resources to be successful. And they need to know we're behind them. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Doggett.
The gentleman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
This bill should really be known as the Desperation Act, because Republicans are so desperate to fund an endless war, so desperate to avoid angering their master at the White House, so desperate to find a way to exclude from the upcoming election many of the very voters that are about to vote them out of office. Obedient Republicans here today are doing nothing to address sky-high prices that are caused by erratic Trump tariff taxes and unnecessary conflicts. American families paying about $1,100 each in increased cost as a result of Trump's Operation Epic Folly. Service members continuing to pay with their lives. Now Trump demands that we pay again for his billions of dollars wasted in a quagmire he hasn't the slightest idea how to get out of. Watching Trump blunder along in such a chaotic, irrational manner has caused many Americans to ask, is he past his prime or is he really sick? Yet instead of providing an inquiry or a check on his condition, they hand him another huge check today for doing whatever he pleases. To shield themselves from accountability, they also add in this bill not really voter identification, but voter exclusion. They have it all backwards. We should restrain the would-be tyrant, not restrain the voters. This misnamed bill is not about saving America. It represents Republicans' last-ditch effort, grasping for a life preserver before they sink. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from the Keystone State, our chairman of the House Agriculture Committee, Mr. G.T. Thompson.
Gentleman's
thank you
recognized
so
for 2
much.
minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the budget resolution. This resolution includes $12 billion for agriculture producers. As chairman of the House Committee on Agriculture, I know exactly how vital the health of farm country is to our rural communities and our national food security. The provisions in last summer's Working Families Tax Cuts provided a much-needed long-term solution by bolstering the farm safety net. But until those provisions are fully implemented, we will need to help those who feed and clothe us with short-term assistance. Additionally, producers across the country have fallen to the whims of the weather and will need assistance until they can get back on their feet. Just as one example, especially crop producers in my home state of Pennsylvania are experiencing never-before-seen losses due to a late-season freeze that wiped out almost the entire fruit crops. These sustained losses have plagued producers across the country. American producers are currently staring down the barrel of $80 billion in uncovered farm losses since 2023. That's even with the commodity program payments and the bridge assistance program that President Trump initiated last fall. In total, American producers have seen $119 billion in farm loss since 2023. Additional aid is needed to bring our farm economy back to an equilibrium until the updates from the Working Families Tax Cuts kick in. Policies put forth in the Farm Food and National Security Act of 2026, which the House of Representatives passed in April, will also restore certainty to the farm economy, but our producers need relief now. President Trump answered the call with his recent supplemental request, and I look forward to working with my committee members in conference to hear their priorities as we move through the budget reconciliation process. Now, I appreciate Chairman Arrington's for hearing the needs of the farmers, ranchers, foresters in rural America, actually hearing the needs of our great country. When it comes to the agriculture space, if you vote against this bill, you're really voting for food insecurity, which leads to national insecurity. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chairman, you heard Chairman of the Ag Committee. He's talking about emergency support for our farmers and ranchers who, by no fault of their own, are being pummeled by drought, natural disasters of all kinds, diseases like the screwworm. This will affect the food supply. We don't want to depend on China or any country. We don't want to beg any foreign country to feed our families. I thank him for his leadership. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, it is now my great honor to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, the distinguished Democratic leader of the House, Mr. Jeffries.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to thank the distinguished top Democrat on the House Budget Committee, Representative Brendan Boyle, for yielding and for his incredible leadership. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to this America Last Republican budget that will provide billions of additional dollars to Operation Epic Fury in the Middle East, which has been a complete and total disaster for the American people. Donald Trump's reckless and costly war of choice in Iran has skyrocketed gas prices on everyday Americans who are already suffering from the failed Republican economy and drowning in its poor management. Now, Donald Trump has made several promises to the American people upon his return to the White House, all of which, it appears to me, he's failed to keep. Donald Trump promised to lower the high cost of living on day one, but costs in America haven't gone down, costs have gone up, in part as a result of the reckless Trump tariffs that have increased costs on everyday Americans by thousands of dollars per year. Donald Trump promised to love and cherish Medicaid, but instead turned around and, as a result of the Republicans' one big ugly bill, cut Medicaid by $1 trillion, costing more than 14 million Americans access to health insurance and causing hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health centers, particularly in rural America, to close. Donald Trump promised the American people that ICE enforcement would be focused on the worst of the worst and would only target violent felons. That's not what has happened. Donald Trump and his violent mass deportation machine are spending billions of dollars for ICE to brutalize and kill American citizens or to violently target law-abiding immigrants, as we just saw in Maine and in Houston. Donald Trump, of course, promised that he was elected not to start endless wars in the Middle East, but to stop them. And then turned around and has gotten us involved in a potentially endless war in Iran, a reckless war of choice that has made life more expensive for the American people while making us less safe, with Iran being stronger now, having a stranglehold over the Strait of Hormuz, a stronger Iran now than they were before Donald Trump's reckless and costly war of choice. So I stand in strong opposition to this America Last reckless Republican budget, this effort to waste tens of billions of dollars more on Operation Epic Failure in the Middle East. Mr. Speaker, we express our heartfelt condolences to the additional family members of those soldiers and members of the armed forces who have lost their lives needlessly in the Middle East. And we all have a responsibility to continue to stand with them in their time of mourning, in their time of great need, but simultaneously to make sure that no additional heroic, patriotic, brave American servicemen or women need to die overseas in Donald Trump's reckless and costly war of choice. So we stand in strong opposition to this America Last budget. One of the most important things as members of Congress who are solemnly given by the framers of the Constitution the responsibility to determine issues of war and peace. One of the most important things that we can do is stand against this reckless war of choice in the Middle East, so no more service members have to be sent home dead to their families who have been left behind. What we should be doing in this Congress is actually using our taxpayer dollars to make life more affordable for the American people. And that's our commitment as House Democrats. Unfortunately, Donald Trump and our Republican colleagues don't share that commitment. That's not a hypothetical. It's not hype. It's not hyperbole. Look at their own words. Donald Trump, of course, who has said, because we're fighting wars, we can't prioritize things like daycare, Medicaid, or Medicare. That's exactly what's happening right now. Republicans, in their one big, ugly bill, enacted the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, ripping health care away from more than 14 million Americans all across the country, in rural America, urban America, small-town America, the heartland of America, black and brown America. No one has been untouched by the Republican assault on health care. And why is this happening? So that Donald Trump can fund this reckless and costly war of choice in the Middle East. And the reality is, his own words, he doesn't give a damn about the economic well-being of the American people. How do we know that? Donald Trump, in his own words, said the affordability crisis is a hoax. Donald Trump, in his own words, said, I don't think about the personal financial situation of the American people. Donald Trump, in his own words, said, I love the inflation. And so we don't have to wonder why things aren't going well for everyday Americans in the United States right now. It's because, in my humble opinion, President Trump and Republicans in this House continue to act indifferent to the economic well-being of the American people and to actively do things that are hurting everyday Americans financially, like this reckless and costly war of choice, which is why we stand aggressively against it. On issue after issue, throughout this Congress, Republicans have adopted extreme policies to make life worse for everyday Americans, to actively hurt the American people. The Trump tariffs, actively hurting the American people, raising costs, including on farm country, by thousands of dollars per year. The refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, raising health insurance premiums on everyday Americans, more than 20 million people across this country, some by as much as $1,000 in additional expense per month. People are suffocating, drowning in this Trump economy. Donald Trump and Republicans in the one big ugly bill enacted the largest cut to nutritional assistance in American history, a $186 billion cut, at the same time that they're funding this reckless and costly war of choice. Republicans have literally ripped food from the mouths of hungry children, seniors, and veterans to sustain the Trump war machine. Republican extremists apparently have money for wars, but can't feed the poor. But our message to the American people is don't lose faith. Help is on the way. Regime change is coming to the House of Representatives in November, so keep your head up. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arkansas, my friend, and the chairman of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, Mr. Rick Crawford.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the distinguished chairman of the Budget Committee for his hard work, as always, and I rise in support of the budget resolution. First off, I want to thank Chairman Arrington and the members of the Budget Committee for producing this budget. Republican members of Congress working closely with President Trump are the only ones serious in Washington about attacking wasteful federal spending. As chairman of the Intelligence Committee, I'm fighting to identify waste, fraud, and abuse in the classified budget. HPC Republicans are working to force the intelligence community to achieve clean financial audits, and we're working to create a culture of accountability. In my opinion, there can be no doubt that this administration is also serious about going after waste, fraud, and abuse. The screaming from the other side of the aisle is proof that this is the case. The flak is always heaviest when you're directly over the target. Democrats oppose this budget, and they oppose every action of this House because they want unelected Washington officials to be in charge until President Trump's term expires. Obstruction is their priority because their pork barrel spending has been exposed and their slush funds are being drained. To fight their obstruction, we need a budget resolution. We need to stand united as a Republican conference so that we can have a functioning government. We need to empower the running of the executive by the President of the American people elected. The resolution doesn't include everything each of us might ask, but it is necessary to keep us moving forward, and I urge all members to support the resolution. Mr. Speaker, before I yield back my time, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record the Budget Views and Estimates letter of the House Intelligence Committee.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to Mr. Chairman of the Distinguished Budget Committee, and appreciate all your support. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from the Commonwealth of Virginia, the distinguished ranking member of the Education and Workforce Committee, also a member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Scott.
Gentleman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, prices are already too high for groceries, housing, health care, child care, and other everyday expenses. But instead of focusing on lowering costs for working families, the Trump administration and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are presenting this resolution, which will continue policies which have actually made things worse. With the passage of their big ugly bill, they cut health care, food assistance, and education funding, all the while adding $4.7 trillion to the national debt, and now they want to add another $95 billion to the debt to continue waging an endless war. We have a choice. We can invest in working families and ensure that people have access to food, Medicare, Medicaid, daycare, and education, but my colleagues are instead choosing an endless war. That's the wrong choice. Mr. Speaker, we should therefore oppose this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Well, let's not believe the hype, Mr. Chairman. Let's look at the stats from the nonpartisan CBO. The deficit per GDP has gone down by over 10% for the first time. I got it. I got it. I'm ready to roll. Because this continues to be this perpetual talking point. Like, in 10 years, we hadn't seen the deficit to GDP go down. Republicans came to this town and we drained the swamp of waste, fraud, and abuse to the tune of $1.6 trillion. That's twice as much as this town has ever cut in the history of the United States of America. It was Republicans that put forward the Fiscal Responsibility Act, and according to the nonpartisan CBO, saved $2 trillion. And then we put pro-growth policies in that big, beautiful bill and unleashed American investment, which is up 10%, growth, which is up. We had a 3.8, 4.3 in third and fourth quarter, or second and third before the Democrats shut the government down. Wages are up, inflation and interest coming down, and more money in people's pockets. I'd say promises made, promises delivered. I reserve. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I want to introduce to you the great chairman of the House Administration Committee, and my friend, Mr. Stein. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to him.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my friend, the gentleman from Texas, the chair of the Budget Committee, Mr. Arrington, for his hard work in this regard. Mr. Speaker, we're here today because we can advance common sense election integrity. House Republicans have pushed two key common sense reforms that are not yet across the line. First, you should be a citizen to vote in this country. You should have to prove that when you register. Second, when you head to the polls to cast your ballot, you should have to verify your identity with a photo ID. Mr. Speaker, now is the time for election integrity. It was just revealed in New Jersey that 6,600 non-citizens were admitted and registered to vote. According to the New York Times, nearly 400 of those non-citizens cast a ballot. Federal law requires states to give voter registration materials to everyone when they get a driver's license. It's a problem. During the Biden administration, millions of illegal aliens poured into our country. And in many blue states, of course, they can get a driver's license. What's to stop them from registering to vote? Currently, it's by checking a box that you're not a citizen. It's not enough. Stories like what happened in New Jersey undermine confidence in our elections. It's time we take action. Our common sense proposals will boost voter confidence, increase voter participation, ensure that it remains easy to vote but hard to cheat. We have a real opportunity before us to strengthen election integrity in all 50 states. I urge passage of this resolution, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
I think the chairman, interestingly enough, Chuck Schumer, Democrat leader in the Senate, agrees. In 2018, he was talking about Russia interference. Turned out to be a conspiracy and debunked, but he said they've actively trying to do it again. Russia's trying to do it again. We must wake up to this fact. These are his words. We won't be able as a nation to fight back against foreign interference in our elections if the commander-in-chief, Donald Trump at the time, doesn't even acknowledge that it's a real problem. I think this president has acknowledged it's a real problem. I think the American people have acknowledged it's a real problem, and I thank the gentleman for his leadership to restore confidence and integrity to the United States electoral system, and with that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, it's interesting. We've been having this debate for a little while now. I haven't heard one word from the other side about how their bill is going to lower costs for the American people. They haven't said one word, which is very consistent with the bill that they're pushing, because their bill also doesn't say one word or have one idea or one plan on how we can bring down costs for the American people. With that, Mr. Chair, it is now my honor to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from California, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Panetta.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, the President made some simple promises to get elected. Release the Epstein files, end forever wars, and reduce cost. Instead, as we've seen, the administration has done the exact opposite, which has led to corruption, to incompetence, and to increased cost, all demonstrating that this president does not care. Yet rather than push back and prioritize the American people, it appears the majority does not care, as it has put forward a budget resolution that spends more and borrows more just to please the president and promote his pet projects. This third budget resolution allows for another $95 billion to support the president's war in Iran, to paper over damaging trade policies, and to pass legislation that would deter legally eligible voters. I remind my colleagues on both sides of the aisle that the purpose of the budget reconciliation process is supposed to be deficit reduction. Instead, this legislation expands long-term deficits and even violates legal requirements. Now, I get that for over the past decade, Congress has abandoned any sense of normal budgeting process and rejected any talk of serious deficit reduction, but this budget could have been an opportunity for this Congress to advance policies that reduce our debt and actually make life more affordable. Instead, the president once again pushed the Republican majority to put forward a purely partisan bill that does nothing to lower costs, nothing to strengthen our economy, and in no way exercises fiscal responsibility. That is why I'm against this reconciliation legislation, not only that it shows that the president doesn't care about Americans, but it also shows that the majority doesn't care about our growing debt and deficit, and that Congress's responsibility is to the future of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, here's the irony. My Democrat colleagues, every single one of them, voted for $200 billion for Ukraine, for their war that would have been prevented, quite frankly, if we had a strong, competent commander-in-chief at the time. We didn't. It started, and they've sent $200 billion without batting an eye and without giving a penny to offset it. Now they want to talk about offsets, when we want to give our troops the money they need to finish the job, be safe, come home. We're proud of them. We stand with them. We're going to support them. And with that, I yield a minute to my friend and fellow Budget Committee member from Georgia, Mr. Buddy Carter.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Save and Protect America Act because it's about security and it's about getting back to common sense. The American people are tired. They're tired of Washington playing political games. They want to secure elections. They want us to finish the job in Iran, and they want to know that the government is standing with the farmers, with the ranchers, the producers who put food on our tables every single day. This bill does exactly that. It strengthens confidence in our elections with common sense voter ID protections, gives our troops the tools they need to defend this country, and provides certainty for our agriculture community because food security is national security. People back home in Georgia understand that freedom isn't free. They understand that elections should be secure and that our farmers deserve policies that help them succeed. This is about putting America first, doing what the American people sent us up here to do and delivering real results instead of democratic political theater. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the Save and Protect America Act, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chair, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Escobar.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to this bill. Every day, Americans are being confronted with skyrocketing prices at the gas pump and at the grocery store. And this bill does absolutely nothing to address the economic crisis created by Donald Trump's economic policies, including his tariffs and an illegal war. Instead, Republicans in Congress are dumping nearly $100 billion into the budget to fund this illegal war. $100 billion. That could pay the salaries of 1 million elementary school teachers. It could pay for medical care for 7 million veterans. It's enough to fund nearly 10 years of school lunches for every child, and so much more. Budgets are representative of our values and our priorities. And it is absolutely clear that neither the President nor congressional Republicans value or prioritize the needs of the American public. Americans want a Congress that is willing to fix the economy that Donald Trump broke. We are willing every day of the week to do that hard work, to come together, to address these pressing issues. But $100 billion for something Americans don't want, we have to reject it. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, while my Democrat colleagues are counting the pennies that we're on this defense supplemental, remember baseline battlefield readiness. That's it. Just what they need to do their job. It's actually about $67 billion. Meanwhile, the open border policies of our Democrat colleagues have flooded our country with millions of illegals. According to Numbers USA, that's $9,000 per illegal in taxpayer social services to people who aren't here legally, aren't our citizens, and that's more than we spend on our most vulnerable for Medicaid. And with that, I yield to my dear friend, the great Vice Chairman of the Budget Committee from the Keystone State, Mr. Lloyd Smucker, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the chairman for yielding, thank him for all of his work on this, what I call a common sense bill. A simple bill really addressing 3 priorities that the American people support, 3 priorities that are core functions of government and that are very, very important. Number 1, election security, ensuring that our elections are conducted fairly, they're conducted securely, and that only American citizens are voting. Voter ID, the American people support that. 80–90% of the people support the idea of showing voter ID when you show up to vote. Number 2, begins the process, this is instruction to the committees, of providing our service members with the resources that they need to meet growing threats around the world, keeping the American people safe. These individuals who are serving us are putting their lives in harm's way every day. The least we can do is ensure they have the tools and equipment they need to do their jobs and to keep us safe. And then finally, third point in this bill, ensuring our food supply is secure. Our American farmers work very, very hard every single day to feed America and really feed the world. They've had some tough times, and this provides the help they need at this time to ensure that they can continue to feed America. Unfortunately, every Democrat on the House Budget Committee voted against these common sense provisions in this resolution. The American people sent us here to deliver. They sent us here to deliver on these priorities. It's a great bill. I urge my colleagues to support the Save and Protect America Act as it moves through the House. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I think the chairman, we gave the Democrats, our friends on the other side of the aisle, opportunity after opportunity, multiple times, to support what 83% of the American people support, which is a photo voter identification to vote in elections in this country. You need an ID to check in a hotel, to fly on an airplane. In Mondamis, New York, you need it to shovel snow. But it's not important enough for the cornerstone of this democratic republic. The American people aren't fooled. We're not fooled. We're going to do this so that we can continue with this great country of ours and with the confidence of the American people in the outcome of the elections. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, this has been a remarkable debate. It seems the other side wants to talk about pretty much any other issue than affordability. They want to talk about Ukraine, I heard cited, and let me just correct what the chair said a few minutes ago. This is not the Democrats' war in Ukraine. It is Mr. Putin's war in Ukraine because he launched a brutal, unprovoked invasion on the people of Ukraine. And the reason why the United States, with our NATO allies, have stood together in financially supporting freedom in Ukraine is because it is not just about Ukraine. It is about whether we will have peace in Europe or whether we will repeat the mistakes that got us into World War II. That used to be a bipartisan consensus, by the way, in this country for the last 80 years until this recent president. We also then heard an absurd charge that somehow the folks on the other side have brought down the deficit and debt. They even cited the CBO. Funny, because they've tended to ignore the bipartisan Congressional Budget Office when the CBO pointed out their bill last year, their big reconciliation 1.0, according to the CBO, added $4.7 trillion to our national debt, the biggest debt buster bill in American history. So we can talk about all of these ancillary issues, or we can talk about what is the number one issue on people's minds. Things are too damn expensive. They want costs to come down. Instead, under this Republican Congress, costs are only going through the roof. With that, Mr. Chair, I am happy to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, very distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Omar.
Minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member. The chairman, Mr. Arrington, recently said, Democrats are counting pennies. That feels like an insult because $95 billion, that is, Mr. Chairman, what you and the Republicans are asking Congress to approve. That's where the money, here's where the money goes. Tens of billions for the Pentagon, billions more for the CIA to continue funding this illegal war with Trump, and billions to help states implement the SAFE Act, legislation that could make it harder for millions of eligible Americans to vote. Meanwhile, and working families are struggling to put food on the table, gas in their tanks, pay their rent, and afford health care. Instead of investing in the actual needs of the American people, this bill pours more money into war and Trump's voter suppression agenda. This is not counting pennies. This is our tax dollars that you are wasting on death and destruction. This bill does nothing to help lower costs or help struggling Americans. This bill does not speak to the values that we should carry or the priorities that we should have when we put forth a budget. This bill gets our priorities wrong. I urge all of you to vote against it, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, just to be clear, when the Democrats had total control, they heaped taxes and regulations on our job creators. They attacked with a whole of government force against domestic energy producers. They waived work requirements for able-bodied adults. They allowed illegals under our social safety net. But they did give a tax break to green energy corporations. They gave tax subsidies to the tune of $800 billion, along with hundreds of billions of dollars in wasted stimulus checks. Juxtapose that with 127 million Americans getting a doubled standard deduction, 40 million families getting an enhanced child tax credit, 35 million seniors getting the double deduction for seniors, an average of $7,500. 7.5 million filers got the no tax on tips. 29 million filers got overtime breaks, on average over $3,000. By the way, wages are up. That's what's happening because our policies are delivering for the American people and working families. With that, I want to yield to my friend, another member of the Budget Committee from the Tar Heel State, Mr. Moore, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in strong support of the House budget resolution. This resolution and this reconciliation package builds on the working families tax cuts that were passed into law last year that have lowered taxes for more Americans than probably any tax bill in decades. I want to talk about one thing, though, that seems to get glossed over by my friends on the other side, and that is the Save America Act that is in here. You know, the overwhelming majority of Americans support voter ID when it comes to voting. My home state, North Carolina, a little over a decade ago, we adopted it, and we've actually seen even greater voter participation since doing so. I would raise the question to some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Have they not seen the news that just showed that 6,600 votes were cast in New Jersey by non-citizens? Voter fraud is happening. That has been discovered. That is documented. And the Save America Act, which is a part of this, voter ID, makes it very clear that for someone to vote, they need to be a citizen, as required by the Constitution, and they also must present a form of ID. This is easy, simple stuff. That is in this bill as well. So those who vote against this bill also vote against this common sense reform that is where we want it easy to vote but hard to cheat. And I got to say, Mr. Chairman, I'm very proud of what the Budget Committee has done in building a responsible budget that funds critical needs right now with our military, with threats that we have against us from around the world, and at the same time responsibly spends money and maintains these tax cuts that we passed. With that, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Tonko.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Republican leadership has claimed that this proposal will address our nation's most immediate priorities. Well, that could not be further from the truth. This budget gives this administration a blank check to continue their war of choice with Iran. It makes it harder for Americans to exercise their fundamental right to vote. And most importantly, it fails to meaningfully improve the lives of everyday Americans. Those are certainly not the priorities my constituents have asked me to fight for. My constituents worry about their ability to go to the doctor, yet this budget doesn't have a dime for health care. They worry about their ability to put food on the table, Yet this budget will do nothing to lower the cost of groceries. They worry about their utility costs and how much it might cost to fill up their car with gas. Yet this budget makes no effort to lower energy costs and will keep gas costs high by continuing President Trump's senseless war with Iran. They worry about presidential overreach, yet there is nothing to rein in this lawless administration. This budget does not have anything for the people of New York's 20th Congressional District. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this farce of a budget. Let's stop the pain, let's stop the consequence, let's go forward with progress, defeat this bill. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I mentioned earlier that the Republican Party is united and unrelenting in delivering for the American people. That doesn't happen without a fearless leader. And the legend from Louisiana, my dear friend, Mr. Steve Scalise, I yield to him 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank my dear colleague from Texas for yielding. We are truly going to miss him, but he's got a lot of great work left to do as the chairman of the Budget Committee, not the least of which is this important bill that's being brought forward, Mr. Chairman, a bill that is critical to ensuring the hallmark of democracy, and that is the right to vote. One person, one vote. And if you look at all of the things that we've been working with President Trump to do to make life more affordable for working families, over and over again we see nothing but obstruction from Democrats. It's sad to say, it's sad to see. The American people are watching a party that has become a rudderless ship, running off the left edge, socialists taking over, watching what is going on to that other party. Look at some of the things that we've been able to do, even with their obstruction. Working to produce more energy in America so we can lower costs for American families, while every Democrat voted no. Working to lower tax rates for working families. Yes, no tax on overtime, a benefit that has helped over 30 million Americans. These aren't the millionaires and the billionaires that Democrats go fight for every day. This is hard-working families making under $100,000 a year, many of them shift workers, law enforcement officers. Maybe they voted against that bill because they want to defund the police, not help police officers and firefighters have a little bit more money in their pocket with no tax on overtime, no tax on tips. Somebody making $32,000 a year on average has thousands more in their pocket now because of the work we did. And how did we pay for it, Mr. Chairman? We paid for it by putting anti-fraud measures in that bill. Yes, going after theft of American taxpayer dollars, and not just small-time folks. You've got foreign countries operating with criminal organizations in states like Minnesota. We saw it, we documented it, but you couldn't stop it because we needed the measures. We tried to work with Democrats on it, but for whatever reason, every step of the way, they blocked it. They blocked it until we put it in the reconciliation bill. And then when the tools were in place, President Trump was able to go out and recoup not millions, but billions and tens of billions of dollars that we were able to take out of the hands of people stealing your money, and we put it in the pockets of hard-working families, overtime workers, waiters, waitresses, senior citizens who now have a tax credit. All of that we paid for with money that was being stolen, and every step of the way Democrats opposed it. They would rather theft of your tax dollars go to fraudsters than hardworking families have their money back. So their obstruction is nothing new, Mr. Chairman. And then we get to today, where we say, shouldn't we make sure our men and women in uniform have the tools they need to do their job safely? Shouldn't we make sure that our farmers get the relief they need so we can keep working to lower food costs? And oh, by the way, can't we ensure the integrity of the American vote? Basic things that most Americans understand. Democrats in Washington don't. They go back home and they give 4th of July speeches, and then they get on an airplane and such transformation happens. They get up here and they start voting against the wishes of the American people over and over and over again. And why? Not just to defend fraudsters. If you know that requiring a picture ID, just something so basic that every American understands, which, by the way, those same Democrats have to show that picture ID to get on the airplane to come up here. and vote for socialist policies, but then yet they don't want that to be the case when you vote. And then they would say, don't worry, there's no fraud. There's no fraud. Well, why is it just today's New York Post uncovered yet again what we've known all along? Here in New Jersey, they just admitted 6,600 non-citizens are on their rolls. Many of them voting in elections, illegals on their rolls voting. And they document in this article many elections that were decided by just a small number of votes. In fact, the margin of the theft, the stolen votes, are that margin. You can stop that by just requiring a picture ID. And then you would say, well, then why would anybody be against that? And they'll hide behind all these other ruses, but they'll vote no. We've got a bill later today to say, well, let's ban members of Congress from trading stocks. And you're going to watch the board on an issue that every American understands, and almost every Democrat's going to vote no. And you'll say, why is that? Because it requires a photo ID. What's so harmful about that? You can't go get an unlimited bowl of pasta at Olive Garden without showing a photo ID. Can we at least have the Olive Garden standard when we protect the democracy and the franchise that we have to keep this great democracy? And that's just requiring that you prove you are who you say you are. And this, Mr. Chairman, is such a fundamental principle. Not hard to explain to the American people, but actively opposed by Democrats in Congress. And it just begs the question, why? Who are they protecting? Who are they protecting with a no vote, Mr. Chairman? If they know illegals are voting in many of these states where they don't require photo ID, then why would they vote against the requirement? Why? It's a great question. Every American, Mr. Chairman, is going to be able to watch this vote and know where your member of Congress is. It's critically important for accountability that we all stand up and be counted. I'm strongly for this. I think it's critical we protect the sanctity of every American's right to vote. And if somebody else is stealing your vote because they're voting illegally, thousands in New Jersey, then it takes away your right to vote, Mr. Chairman. We ought to be protecting everybody's right to vote, especially those people who are legally allowed to vote, not people who shouldn't be allowed by law to vote. Let's pass this important bill, get it over to the Senate so they can do their job and get this to the President's desk. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields.
Chairman reserves.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our majority leader actually just referenced something in which I can report to the House. I have personal experience. Having ordered the bottomless pit of pasta at Olive Garden, I can confirm, no, you do not need an ID. What an absurd claim. This is what we've heard throughout this entire debate. They want to talk about Olive Garden. They want to talk about IDs. They want to talk about Biden. They want to talk about Ukraine. They want to talk about anything and everything to distract from this core fact. They have absolutely no plan or agenda whatsoever to bring down costs for the American people. According to the Joint Economic Committee, Trump's inflation, all told, the combination of his tariff taxes, the combination of all the laws that they've passed for the last year and a half, the combination of increased gas prices because of this reckless war in Iran, all told, the average American family has paid out of pocket $3,100 more for goods and services as a result of the Trump Republican inflation. So I can understand why, with that abysmal record, they want to talk about anything except for the number one issue on the minds of the American people. With that, Mr. Speaker, I am now happy to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. McGarvey.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a great scene in the movie Jurassic Park where the scientist says, you guys were so preoccupied with whether you could, you forgot to ask whether you should. I think the Republicans have been so preoccupied with counting votes to see if they can do the president's bidding that you have forgotten to ask whether you should. First, you brought a budget bill to the floor of this House that took away people's health care and food so you could give billionaires and corporations the largest permanent tax break in American history. Next, President Trump said, I need $70 billion more for the ICE agents acting as my personal police force. They were going around, they were using kids as bait, ripping apart families, murdering American citizens on the streets of our country. You guys said, fine, we'll do that. Now, Trump wants another $95 billion for his forever war in the Middle East. 18 Americans are dead. There is a 19-year-old coming home in a coffin this week, never to spend another holiday or birthday with her family. Everything from gas to groceries has gone up, and America is less safe because of it. But you guys say, absolutely, no problem, we'll do it. Is there anything Trump wants you guys will say no to? I think the answer is no. Democrats offered common sense amendments that said, let's lower the cost of health care, let's lower the cost of goods, let's end corruption. You guys said no to all of them. I even offered an amendment that said you can't use $400 million of taxpayer money to build your ballroom vanity project. What do Republicans say? Fine with us. We'll do it because we can. But should you? No.
I'm happy to yield an additional 30 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized.
Oh. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
I respect my friend from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, but this false narrative that's perpetuated every time Republicans actually go after the waste in this town and the fraud that's being perpetrated on taxpayers and the vulnerable who need these programs, they start saying, we're kicking the vulnerable off, we're throwing them into the streets. And all I ask you to do is look to the nonpartisan CBO once again, and I submit this letter for the record, Mr. Chairman. The only people that aren't on the Medicaid rolls today that were on them before were illegals in this country that Joe Biden and Democrats allowed to siphon money away from Americans. People who were ineligible, or people who were able to work but who refused to work for the generous support of hardworking taxpayers. We stand on that proudly. We stand by it. And I believe the American people support us every step of the way. And with that, I yield 1 minute to my friend from the Hoosier State, Indiana, Mr. Stutzman, another proud member of the Budget Committee.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the chairman of the Budget Committee for this strong resolution. I rise today in support of the House Budget Resolution. This framework is an important step of protecting our elections as well as supporting our troops. As members of Congress, we have a responsibility to the American people to safeguard the electoral process, yet the Senate has been unable to do so. Over 80% of Americans agree you must show proof of citizenship and ID to vote, and this budget framework moves us closer to enacting these reforms. In addition to protecting our elections at home, U.S. service members are working day and night to be sure Americans are safe from a nuclear bomb in Iran and to advance peace in the Middle East. Our military is the most lethal fighting force known to man, and they are depending on us to help them finish the job. We must be courageous to support these men and women by supplying the resources they need. We owe Americans secure elections, along with a strong national defense to preserve our great nation. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I inquire as to how much time remains on each side?
Gentleman has 9 minutes remaining.
9 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I am happy to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, a very distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Amo.
Mr. Speaker, is this Groundhog Day? We must be stuck in some kind of infinite time loop because Republicans are trying to ram through a third unpopular deficit-busting bill that does nothing to lower costs for Americans on top of cuts to health care and their continued investments in cruelty. Unfortunately, this is actually happening. Republicans are trying to pass another bad budget. And all this for the farm aid that Republicans are touting as necessary because Trump's illegal war in Iran and chaotic tariffs jacked up costs for farmers. The billions in defense funding that Republicans claim is necessary for Trump's choice to wage the illegal Iran war depleted our stockpiles. And the only necessary action that my constituents are imploring Republicans to take, lowering costs for the American people, it's completely missing from this failing effort. Republicans are running up billions on America's credit card so they can send our service members to fight another forever war in the Middle East. And they're working to pass a voter suppression bill that won't secure our elections, but will make it harder for Americans to vote. My Republican colleagues tell Americans that they're working for them. The American people are smarter than that. They know that what Republicans are doing, and they will not forgive them for what they've done. I urge every member to vote no on this latest bad budget, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I yield a minute to my dear friend from California, Mr. Tom McClintock, also another proud member of the House Budget Committee.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we can all agree that this is not what a budget resolution should be used for, but unfortunately necessity commands it. Reconciliation gives us a powerful tool to bring mandatory spending in line with revenues. Unfortunately, the exigencies that we face have left us with no choice but to use this process to assure that we can replenish our arsenals and strengthen the integrity of our elections. The minority Democrats have vowed to obstruct these necessities in the Senate at a time when we are at war with Iran and at a time when public confidence in our election process is at an all-time low. Reconciliation, which this resolution sets in motion, is the only path we can take to achieve these vital measures. I regret the circumstances that force us to employ reconciliation for this purpose, and I pray for the day when Congress fulfills its legal duty to enact a real budget resolution that sets our country back on the road to fiscal health. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas reserves.
Yes.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to correct the record. Moments ago, the distinguished chairman of the Budget Committee referenced a letter from CBO on June 24th in which he alleges they, according to him, cited that the only people who lost their Medicaid coverage because of the bill they passed last summer were illegals. That is not at all what the letter says. I have it here in front of me, and I'll be happy to submit it to the record at the end of this debate. Mr. Speaker, it is quite clear, however, what CBO has found is that the bill they passed last summer, Reconciliation 1.0, will kick more than 15 million Americans off of their health care coverage. Already 8 million have lost their health care coverage, with another at least 7 million to go. This is a health care crisis in this country. It was entirely created by the other side. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Chairman reserves.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank all of the speakers who we've heard from in this debate. Mr. Chair, the choice could not be more clear. The American people asked us to lower their costs. Instead, this Republican majority has delivered higher prices, less health care, more debt, and now tens of billions of dollars for a reckless and unnecessary war. This reconciliation effort does nothing to lower the cost of groceries, or the cost of housing, or health care, or energy, or gas. Not one provision provides meaningful relief to working families. They don't even attempt to do so. Not one word on any of the things I just cited. What it does do, however, is add nearly $100 billion to the deficit, make new voting restrictions, and hand President Trump another massive check to continue a war that is driving up prices here at home and exacting a devastating human toll. Sadly, 3 American service members lost their lives this past weekend, bringing the total number killed in this conflict to 17. We mourn them. I think I can speak for the entire House when I say this. We mourn them, we honor their service and sacrifice, and we keep their families and loved ones in our thoughts. But the best way to honor their memory and to protect the brave men and women still serving our country is not to continue sending them into harm's way without a coherent strategy, a clear objective, and an achievable endgame. It is to end this war that President Trump has so badly botched. Democrats stand ready to work with anyone serious about lowering costs and improving the lives of the American people. This bill does neither. We have a gentleman in the White House who campaigned on the slogan, America First. Remember that? Their bill in front of us is America Last. I urge my colleagues to vote no. And with that, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania yields. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume for
The
closing.
gentleman's recognized.
I want to make this quick because I want to say something about my ranking member. Maybe in case I don't have time, let me say it now. What a gentleman, what a statesman. This place would work a lot better if you had the tone and the commitment to civility and to just being constructive around here when you can agree. We don't agree on this. He's impassioned, I'm impassioned. But what a good man. The people of Pennsylvania must be very proud of Brendan Boyle. I am. Now, we need to support our troops. This is emergency funding. We need to support our producers who give us food security, and that is a national security issue. We do it every year. And we need to give the American people the confidence that this and every election going forward is fair and accurate. We need that for this great republic to succeed and to thrive into the future. So I want to thank my ranking member. I want to urge all my fellow members of Congress to support this important piece of legislation. With that, I yield.
All right. All time for general debate has expired. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-37 shall be considered as adopted. The concurrent resolution as amendment shall be considered as read. Under the rule, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration House Resolution 113, and pursuant to House Resolution 1438, I report the concurrent resolution is amended by that resolution back to the House.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has under consideration House Concurrent Resolution 113, and pursuant to House Resolution 1438, reports the concurrent resolution as amended by that resolution back to the House. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the concurrent resolution. Under Clause 10 of Rule 20, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Purpose as gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stiles, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to HRES 1438, I call up the bill H.R. 7008, the Stop Insider Trading Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 409, H.R. 7008, a bill to amend Chapter 131 of Title V to require certain restrictions on stocks for members of Congress and their spouses and dependents and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the House Administration, printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-38, modified by the amendment printed in Part B of the House Report 119-755, is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the House Administration or their respective designees. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morrell, will each control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include additional materials on this bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself so much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Stop Insider Trading Act. There's a lot of talk in this town about draining the swamp and cleaning up Washington. Today, the rubber hits the road. Good governance matters, and the Committee on House Administration is leading the way. Under current law, members of Congress are required to publicly disclose their stock trades, but these disclosures lack details and are often filed months after a transaction. This lack of transparency and the continued practice of members purchasing stock is fueling public frustration. It's time we ban members of Congress from being able to buy individual companies' shares of stock. Doing so removes even the appearance of impropriety. Mr. Speaker, we have an opportunity to pass transformational congressional ethics reform. This is the first congressional stock trading ban to receive a vote on the floor of the House. Today, every American will know where their member stands. If you want to day trade, there's a place for that. It's called Wall Street. If you want to come to Washington, you should be working on behalf of the American people. In addition, this bill also includes a common sense proposal that we've advanced through committee on voter ID. Voter ID strengthens election integrity and is nonpartisan and it's common sense. In this country, you have to show a photo ID to fly, to open a bank account, buy a beer, more recently, to enjoy a never-ending pasta bowl at Olive Garden. But you don't have to show an ID to vote. States like Minnesota, Illinois, California, and others, we're literally not doing the job of securing our elections when the easy task with photo ID is in front of us. Mr. Speaker, it's a simple concept. To vote in a federal election, you need to show a photo ID. 24 states already require a form of photo ID to vote. This bill, of course, allows provisional voting if someone forgets their ID when they go to the polls. Again, common sense. That's why it's so popular with the American people. They understand it. They know the need for this common sense reform. Photo ID will help strengthen election integrity, bolster voter confidence, and increase participation. That's a good thing for our democracy. Mr. Speaker, these two proposals will clean up Washington and strengthen the integrity of our election. I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, what we are considering here today is a remarkable display of cynicism, even for this institution, even for this Republican leadership team. The American people are desperate for us to clean up the culture of corruption that pervades Washington. Americans see their elected leaders on both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue enriching themselves, some to the tune of billions and billions of dollars, headline after headline. Members of Congress tipping off insiders to reap huge payouts from prediction markets. Members of Congress buying up private stocks just days before Pentagon announcements that will balloon their financial portfolios. And what are Speaker Johnson and House Republicans doing about this? They're pretending here on the floor today to address the issue. They are pushing the so-called Stop Insider Trading Act, a name meant entirely to trick the American people, because this bill, quite simply, is a sham. The bill allows members of the Congress to continue owning and trading stocks. That's right. The so-called Stop Insider Trading Act actually allows members of Congress to own and trade stocks. But even this half measure, or should I say quarter measure, goes too far for Republican leadership. How do we know? What's the tell? How do we know that the Republican posturing is all performative? That Republicans do not want a stock trading bill ban to become law? Because they've added a poison pill to this bill. They've added provisions that have absolutely nothing to do with stock trading and everything to do with their obsession with the 2020 election. That's right, the Save America Act is back yet again. The American people keep cutting the head off this bill, flooding phone lines to their members and senators, demanding we block this anti-voter bill. And so far, their voices are being heard. The resistance is working. But like the Hydra, these heads keep growing back. The Save Act again, the Save America Act. They've attached it
to CRs, continuing resolutions. They attach it to a spending bill funding the State Department and other completely unrelated agencies. The president tried to force it on the American people through illegal executive orders blocked by the courts. So now Republicans come limping back from a losing fight. Sometimes you should just stop, but let's acknowledge the reality of what we're doing here. Republicans have corrupted their so-called stock trading bill with a decaying piece of the Save America Act corpse. The bill we're considering today would force voters in America to surrender photocopies of their photo IDs in their mail ballot envelopes. This isn't just a voter ID bill, it's a bill to destroy vote by mail, something the president routinely rails against, despite the fact that the president routinely uses mail-in voting himself, the kind of double standard Americans have come to particularly enjoy from this president. A bill that would dispatch millions of American voters to Kinko's. Some of us are old enough to remember Kinko's. I guess it's now FedEx, or Staples, or the public library, to scan and print their IDs, to shove those IDs into their mail ballots, risking their constitutional right to a secret ballot if not packaged properly, to send their ID copies off to election offices in the hopes that the ballot will be counted, that the ballot won't be discarded on the counting room floor. Now, you might ask, why would these ballots be at risk of being thrown out? Because the bill would explicitly exclude forms of voter ID that millions of Americans are accustomed to using today. You use your student ID, ballot thrown out. Your concealed carry permit, ballot thrown out. Your employer ID, ballot thrown out. Your tribal ID without an expiration date on it, common on tribal IDs. You get the picture, ballot thrown out. I could go on and on. Now you might, sitting at home watching this, think, I know Washington, D.C. is a dysfunctional place, but they can't be that irrational, can they? Surely election officials and voters would have time to prepare for this seismic shift in American elections, right? Sorry to say, you'd be overestimating how much House Republicans care about voters, about election officials, about elections themselves, because this bill would take effect in 90 days. When is 90 days from today? Well, October 20th, 2026, 2 weeks before the midterm elections. That's right. Republicans are trying to force a massive change to American voting law, eradicating mail voting as we know it, right in the middle of the final month of an election, 2 weeks before Election Day. By October 20th, state officials, we still have a system where the time, manner, and places of elections are run by state legislatures. Those state officials, state legislatures, will have already mailed out millions of ballots to voters. Voters will have already returned some of these ballots. So what are election officials to do? Count the ballots cast with student IDs on October 19th and shred the ones that arrive after that on October 20th? Is that what they're going to do? Who's going to train election officials about what IDs to accept, what to do with mail ballots, missing photocopies, and when will they do it? There will be chaos, complete shambles. This bill is plain absurdity, written in ink, printed in the congressional record. But lest we forget, the confusion is the point. Chaos is the point. Republicans know that they will lose in November. They know that people strongly, strongly object to their handling of the economy, the war in Iran, the immigration fiasco, which has resulted in the death of American citizens. They know the verdict in November will not be kind to them and shouldn't be. So they have one hope at winning: disruption, disarray, subversion. That's why they have redrawn congressional maps from coast to coast in the middle of this year, of this term, the middle of this decade. That's why they keep trying again and again to change the rules in the middle of the game. Now, if they want to force states to make massive, extreme, last-minute changes just days before the midterm elections, states forced to retrain staff, reprint ballots and ballot envelopes, and the process, with what time? With what money? Because you might ask, who's going to pay for all this? This is a seismic change. Not Washington, not House Republicans. They're too busy trying to pay for an unconscionable war in Iran, a war that has led to the tragic deaths of 18 American service members, in a war that no one asked for and certainly no Americans want. Republicans will send American taxpayer money to the Middle East, but not to your local election office. They simply don't care about you. They don't care about the price of your gas, the price of your groceries, the sanctity of your ballot. They do not care. So again, who will pay for this? Sorry to break it to you, the viewers watching this, but you will. Your family, your town, your city, your county, your state, your local election administrator, Republican and Democrat, who are required to bear the burden of this change. This is an unfunded mandate, plain and simple. I remember hearing for years my Republican friends, no unfunded mandates. This is the mother of all unfunded mandates. 2 weeks before an election, costing tens of billions of dollars, you're going to get stuck with the bill. This is a fiat from a Washington awash in corruption, telling you how to run your elections. Because you know who else will pay for this? America's democracy. I say again, this bill is not about voter ID. It's about ending your ability to cast a free and fair ballot. For the sake of American elections, I strongly, strongly urge the House to reject this zombie bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, a member of the House Administration Committee.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of Chairman Stiles' bill, H.R. 7008, the Stop Insider Trading Act, of which I'm a proud co-sponsor. As members of the United States Congress, it is our job to preserve the integrity of this institution and take seriously the responsibility placed on us by our constituents. This legislation will bring about a more transparent and accountable Congress and will be a strong measure to restore the American people's trust in this institution. While older laws have prohibited members from using non-public information when trading, they did not go far enough. More robust measures should be put in place, and that is exactly what this bill does. As the American people have seen, members of this body have become extremely wealthy from trading the stock market while in office, and it is precisely because of this that the American people have lost faith in Congress and in government. We are elected to this office as a privilege to serve in this chamber, not a right, and we should not be using our positions for our own personal and financial gain. The American people need to be reminded that we are working for them, that we have taken a solemn oath to protect and defend the Constitution, not our own bottom line. And in light of my colleague claiming that this bill is a poison pill because the Save America Act is included, which we have passed multiple times out of this House with not any support from the Democrats. The Democrats are opposed to voter ID and proof of citizenship. They cannot win elections based on their own bad ideas. They have to continue with the fraud and cheating. We know that our voter rolls are outrageously dirty, that there are millions of ineligible voters on the rolls, and I personally, here in D.C., have received 4 ballots in the mail, of which I have not solicited anyone. We have chaos because they will not vote for the Save America Act. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do, before I yield to my friend, I also want to, and I didn't say this in my opening comments, but also it's remarkable that if we're working so hard and endeavoring to convince the American people that they can have faith in what we do as it relates to insider information and moving markets, I find it extraordinary that we would not include the president or vice president, members of the cabinet or the Supreme Court in a bill to make sure that they're not participating. In fact, this is well known, it's been well reported. Since Inauguration Day of last year, President Trump has had more trades individually than have all the members of the United States House and Senate. 535 members. And you know who outtraded all of them combined? President Trump. And he's not in this bill. He's not in it. The Vice President's not in it. The Supreme Court's not in it. People have legit. In fact, the President, Truth Social, is about to enter into selling access through an app that you will pay for that will give you information on market moves. It is extraordinary that we would somehow suggest that we are protecting the public's interest, that we care deeply about restoring faith in Washington when there is a hole that you could drive many semi-trucks through if we're really trying to clean up this country and to restore faith in the American people. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman, my colleague from the Appropriations Committee, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. As a member of Congress, I don't own any individual stocks because as a byproduct of my job, I get inside information on many publicly traded companies. We don't let people with inside information buy stock because it impacts markets and threatens public trust in a system that so many of our retirement dollars are in. But this bill before us puts members of Congress above the law. It's not a real congressional stock trading ban like other bipartisan measures. This is a weak alternative. It's like Velveeta to real Wisconsin cheese. It's been said this bill has loopholes so big a Qatari jet could go through them. It still allows members to hold stock. It still allows members to buy stock with dividends. It still allows family members to buy stocks for others for any reason. It's basically the opposite of a real stock trading ban from members of Congress, a wolf in sheep's clothing. This bill continues the corruption that marks too much of what's done in Washington. Please don't support this Velveetan weak bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to go back to a comment that was just made by my colleague, in particular what we refer to as the spousal exception. So as one would read this, but I think it's very important to know, the legislation before us on the Stop Insider Trading Act applies to a member, the member's spouse, and the dependent children of that member. There's what we call the spousal working exception. So if a member's spouse works in a capacity that engages with stock. Think of a life insurance salesman. Maybe your spouse is selling life insurance. We want to make sure that that individual can continue their work. But of course, they'd be banned under this legislation from buying individual companies' shares of stock. And so I think it would be incorrect if we didn't correct the record where it was not accurately stated that there's no restrictions on family members. This bill specifically takes that into account, includes members, their spouses, and dependent children. With that, I would like to yield 3 minutes to my colleague, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford, on this bill.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Stile, for your dedicated hard work on getting this bill to the floor. It wasn't easy. Mr. Speaker, you know, public service is a privilege. It is not a pathway to personal profit. And yet, too many Americans look at us here in Congress and wonder if that line has been blurred. Not proven, not assumed, but simply questioned. And that question alone is a problem, Mr. Speaker, because when lawmakers consistently outperform Wall Street, people start asking questions. They start doubting. They stop trusting in us. For example, Mr. Speaker, there's a member here in our body who entered Congress years ago with a net worth in the thousands, and yet now has a net worth of well more than $200 million. That is exactly why this matters, Mr. Speaker. You know, when I came to Congress, I made it quite clear we should not be trading individual stocks while we're making decisions that shape our economy. And that's why I introduced the Pelosi Act, to draw a bright, unmistakable line. No stock trading, no gray area, no doubt, to be above the appearance of impropriety, as Chairman Stile said. The very legislation we're debating today from my friend Chairman Stile advances that same principle. It says if you have the privilege of serving in this body and serving your constituents, you don't get to personally profit from the markets that you help influence. This isn't complicated, folks. The American people shouldn't have to wonder if their representative is working for them or watching their stock portfolio or on their phones here on the House chamber. Let's remove that doubt. Let's restore trust to this body. Let's raise the standard of each and every one of us here in this body today. You know, if I wanted to, I could have made a lot of money in the last 3.5 years that I was here trading stock and probably be able to afford an apartment somewhere in D.C. But I don't, and like a lot of members who don't trade stocks, I sleep on my couch in my office. But you know what? I sleep well. I sleep well knowing that I am doing the right thing. In closing, I grew up in the Church of Christ down in Baytown, Texas. And I worked for a while in West Palm Beach. And there was a preacher there named Dan Jenkins who used to say all the time, it's always right to do right. It's always wrong to do wrong. It's never right to do wrong. And it's never wrong to do right. Mr. Speaker, this bill is the right thing to do, not just for the American people, but for our body to restore trust to us. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Thank you. I suggest the gentleman from Missouri ought to read the bill before the House because everything he just said would not be cured by what he just talked about. In fact, you may still, under this bill, if it became law, and thankfully it will not, you could still own stock. Let's say you own Boeing stock, and you happen to be on the Armed Services Committee or a defense appropriator, and you sort of say to Pentagon officials, boy, I really like this equipment that Boeing is producing, or Northrop Grumman, if you happen to own them, or other companies. Great companies, but you may own stock in them. There is every single way for you to drive up that stock price and wait, as the owner of that stock, manipulate the situation till the stock price rises, and then you sell it. That's a trade. That is ownership of stock. That is the ability to influence stock holdings you have when you come to Congress. This doesn't divest it. So that gentleman made a great speech. I really appreciate it. Unfortunately, it doesn't have anything to do with what the bill does. Besides, you can have private stock. So, and there are reports that people have purchased private stock in companies that then became public, that then were sold to public companies and made windfalls here. You could still do that under this bill. You can engage in crypto. You can buy commodities. You can participate in the prediction markets. I mean, the notion that somehow Americans should see this bill passed and relax and suddenly feel as if the people making public policy decisions in Washington suddenly won't be doing anything in their self-interest, but will instead be doing it in the interest of the American people, it is, the word I used earlier, I contend, is exactly what this is. It's a sham. This will not fix anything. And that's what it's intended to, not fix anything, but to make people believe, well, we've addressed it. We haven't addressed anything. That's not what this bill is. And when you add the elements of really trying to subvert this election, there is nothing that argues for this bill. This isn't even a partial way of getting it done. This is a diversion, and it's intended to get people to feel better about something when they shouldn't feel better at all. With that, let me yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, two things can be true at the same time. I can support voter ID requirements, which I do, and I can support banning members of Congress from trading stocks, which I do, and I'm in compliance. And I can also oppose this bill because it is not an honest attempt to do either. This bill's stock trading provisions do not go nearly far enough. In this bill, members can retain their investments that they already own, preserving the very conflicts of interest that a real ban would eliminate. Instead, also in this bill, Republicans are attaching new barriers for Americans who vote by mail, requiring photocopies of a very narrow set of acceptable IDs, more narrow than those required in the state of Texas, so narrow that a very similar bill was vetoed by a Republican governor in the state of Ohio. More burdens on voters without access to copiers and more strain on election officials. So if Republicans really wanted to ban member stock trading, bring us a really clean bill, and I will vote for it. In fact, I offered amendments to this bill, and Republicans rejected them all. And additionally, congressional ethics cannot become a Trojan horse for voter suppression. I urge my colleagues to reject this bill.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, who has been a champion of this topic, and we would not be here on the floor of the House of Representatives with an opportunity to pass this stock trading ban without his work. I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman, Mr. Chip Roy.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank the Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Wisconsin, the chairman, Chairman Stile, for his incredible work on this, his leadership, his friendship, and making sure that we're here today and getting this done. It's been a partnership that I've been happy to engage in, and I'm proud of the legislation that we put forward. And let me say that again to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I am proud of the legislation that we've put forward. It is, in fact, good legislation. Let's back up for 1 minute and talk about the problem. Right here, according to the data I've got right now, 11,000 trades totaling between $600 million and $900 million of legislators over the last year. We've got one member, a Democrat, of $79 million of 406 trades. One man, a Republican, $75 million on 1,000 trades. A Democrat, $55 million on 3,923 trades. I could keep going on a bipartisan basis. And I want to make clear, it is a bipartisan problem. I want to take a minute and say that we should recognize the bipartisan nature of the work to get here, even though there's some disagreement here now. I've got friends on the other side of the aisle, Mr. Morelli, Seth Magaziner, others that I've been working with closely to try to advance this cause, and I want to thank them because they have worked in good faith to try to address this issue. And I want to be clear to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. I've heard excuses often. Says, well, I've got a right to trade equities. I've got a right to trade stocks. Let me be very clear, okay? You do not. You do not have that right. There is no such right guaranteed in the Constitution. It is a privilege to serve in the United States Congress. When you come to Congress, you're supposed to set that aside. You're supposed to come here and serve. You come here for 2 years, 4 years, 6 years, 8 years, preferably not 40, and you come here and you set down your personal interest and you serve. Well, unfortunately, a lot of members have been violating the spirit of that. And that is why we're here today. We passed legislation in 2012 that made a lot of this transparent. Today we have legislation on the floor that I want to go back and say that I'm proud of, that would stop the ability of members of Congress to acquire equities and would have significant transparency and pre-sale requirements before you can sell equities you hold. Yes, I had legislation that would have required divestiture. I prefer that approach, but you got to build a coalition in a body. And I think this is a giant step forward. And I wish my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and my colleagues on this side of the aisle would recognize that and praise it. Because if we did that, it would be night and day. If this body, if people were not allowed to acquire Microsoft while you're voting on technology, acquire Lockheed when you're voting on defense, acquire pharma or big insurance when you're voting on healthcare policies, when you're supposed to be focusing on the American people and not focusing on your portfolio. That's where we should be as a body. I'm proud that we're bringing this legislation forward today. And I hope that everybody will support it, regardless of which side of the aisle you're on. Now, obviously, I'm the lead author also of the Save America Act. That legislation has been offered on the back of this bill. I think my colleagues on the other side of the aisle should support it. I don't think they're supporting it for a lot of political reasons, but I'm not going to debate that here because right now we're talking about this bill addressing stock trading. But I'm going to say one thing that I think merits being said. I think we should be having a straight up or down vote on the stock trading bill. That's what I think. I think my friends that worked in good faith to do that deserve that on both sides of the aisle. I'm going to end up voting for this because I support both measures. But I'm not done this year demanding that we have a straight up or down vote on stock trading. Because you can't, whether you're on this side of the aisle or that side of the aisle, hide behind the SAVE Act for your opposition to what we need to do to change the culture of this institution. I want to thank Chairman Stile. I want to thank my friends that I've worked on this before, and I want to yield back. I appreciate it.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to thank Mr. Roy, who I've had the chance to be in a number of meetings with about this issue, about restoring faith and trust in America. But recognize, I came to Congress and sold all of the stock that my wife and I owned. And at the time, as I recall, it's been many years, but Microsoft, Google, Alpha, a number of technology stocks. If I had come here under this bill, should this become law, I'd be able to continue to hold on to all of them. And honestly, depending on what committees I serve, I could do a great deal to make sure that my investments were guarded, that they were protected, that they were furthered. It's not supposed to be the way this functions. That's not what we have been talking about. Holding on to stock when you are in a position to affect markets is wrong. Simply put, it's wrong. We should end that. Require the divestiture of stock by members of Congress, the President, the Vice President, and members of the courts. That's what we should be doing. Anything less than that, particularly when you can continue to hold stock, continue to trade by selling stock when it's appropriate for you in your portfolio, and even to be able to take dividends from stock you own and reinvest and buy more stock. That's allowed under this bill as well. I do want to, others have pointed out, Democratic members, and recognize them. There are glaring examples, however. To reiterate the point, this bill would not prevent insider trading. It would just trick the American people into thinking we're trying to do something about corruption when we're not. Take one glaring example. In December of last year, a member of the House Republican leadership purchased up to $250,000 in private shares of Elon Musk's XAI. Within days, the Department of Defense announced an expanded partnership with XAI to provide Grok AI tools. Convenient timing, no doubt. I'm sure most Americans would love to have participated in such convenient timing. This Republican member of leadership, who sits on the Armed Services Committee, including on the Subcommittee on Cyber, Information Technologies, and Innovation, just happened to buy XAI stock shortly before the Department of Defense's announcement. They sure did. That's what they did. And it gets worse. Earlier this year, Elon Musk's SpaceX acquired XAI soon thereafter. SpaceX launched an initial public offering, and the value of the XAI shares this member of Congress had acquired skyrocketed. In fact, the member may have made as much as a 60% return on the indictment on what's happening here. I don't know what is. And with that, let me yield.
Krishnamurthy is recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 7008. I've helped lead bipartisan efforts to ban stock trading by members of Congress, and I'm deeply frustrated that the majority refuses to take the issue seriously enough at this crucial time when Congress's stock is an all-time low. We should not be playing partisan games on this. The Republican majority is pushing a bill that still allows members of Congress to hold, sell, and even buy certain individual stocks. And they've paired it with the Save American Act, a voter suppression measure that would make it harder, not easier, for Americans to participate in our elections. I agree with Congressman Roy on this particular point. We should have an up or down vote on the bipartisan Restore Trust in Congress Act, which we have all supported, which has over 200 signatures, I believe, as a discharge petition. And it finally bans trading by members of by members of Congress, their spouses, and dependent children. Congress is not a casino, and it's time we proved it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, to speak on the bill.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for his leadership and his dogged determination to bring this to the floor. I'm a proud original co-sponsor of not only this bill, but every other bipartisan bill that is not here. So the record for me is clear on this. Last year alone, members made, according to my count, over 13,000 trades totaling over $600 million, with 202 representatives and 56 senators trading, both Republican and Democrat. And every single year, at some point, somebody publishes a list of those who were most successful, the members that were most successful in trading. But you'll never see my name on there because I don't own any stock, no commodities, no crypto, none of it, because, Mr. Speaker, came here to serve. And if you know anything about service, you know service is about sacrifice. Service isn't about what you can get, it is about what you can give. I thank the sponsor, the chairman, the author of this bill, and for his dogged determination. I'm glad we're going to vote on it and everybody's going to see. I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to yield to one of my dear friends and colleagues in just a moment, but I want to go back to a comment I made earlier in my opening about the timing of this bill and the effective date. The bill, 90 days from now, is October 20th, 2 weeks before Election Day. Millions of ballots, mail ballots, absentee ballots, and several years ago, this Congress passed the Uniform Overseas Citizens Absentee Voter Act. So for uniformed and overseas persons who get to vote, UOCAVA ballots, they'll already be en route to voters. Voters will have already cast ballots, perhaps in the millions by that time. So how are election administrators across the United States supposed to comply with this new federal law dropped right in the middle of the final weeks of the 2026 midterm elections? It's effectively election malpractice. It is creating discord. It will create countless questions. I don't know who is going to pay for the retraining. I don't even know how you would do the retraining. And election workers are going to be stuck, I guess, as I envision it, with envelopes, which will need to have not only photocopies, and I don't know where those, by the way, I don't know where any of this information gets stored after the fact. Is it going to be in a vault somewhere? Is your driver's license, is your proper ID going to be kept somewhere? And by the way, how will they make sure that when someone, as they will no doubt do, put their ID in their ballot, so eliminates any chance that they have secrecy of their ballot, who's managing that? The local election administrators? They're going to train all of their workers within 2 weeks of Election Day on a brand new system that has never been done anywhere in this country. An ID, and I went through this in the Rules Committee, most of the ID in most of our states, even the most conservative states in America, have broader ID requirements than this. So student IDs, not allowed. Most states have it. All kinds of IDs that people have, they won't be able to do it anymore. Texas won't be in compliance. Florida won't be in compliance. Ohio, the governor of Ohio just vetoed a bill like this, which effectively criticized the intent of the bill and said it wouldn't do anything for voter security. So how does this all happen? And the purpose of the change is to throw election administration into disarray. I don't know how you could see it otherwise, because at the very least, if you were thinking about this, you would make it effective next year or the year after and give local administrators time to prepare and probably give them some resources so they could do all manner of things necessary to comply with admittedly a bad law, but at least be something you could say with a straight face was serious or an attempt to be serious. This isn't serious. This is creating discord. It is reckless. It is irresponsible. And ultimately will once again put the question in front of American voters, are you really sure you should have confidence in our system? Because I think it's clear some people want Americans to doubt our system, which, by the way, they should have confidence in. These election administrators, Democrats and Republicans at the local level, care deeply about their work. They see this as a sacred trust. People aren't getting in and voting, and there's no design to have all manner of things that they suggest happen. It's simply not true. And that's why people will look at this, will look at January 6th of 2021. They'll look at all these things and conclude rightly that all we want to do is create discord and subversion of this democratic system. With that, I'd like to yield a minute to my colleague, my friend, and partner on the Committee on House Administration, the gentle lady from California, Ms. Torres.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to expose this package for what it truly is: a protection plan for powerful insiders disguised as a crackdown on insider trading. The so-called Stop Insider Trading Act does not ban congressional stock trading. It leaves major loopholes open, including trading in private companies and other markets. During committee markup, I offered a simple amendment to close these loopholes.
freeze existing portfolios, and stop dividend reinvestments. But my Republican colleagues rejected it. They chose protecting themselves over accountability and transparency. Now they've attached this watered-down stock trading bill to legislation that makes it even harder for Americans to vote, especially women in traditional marriages like mine, where I changed my name and took on my husband's name. The Voter ID Act eliminates trusted registration methods, restricts acceptable IDs, and creates unnecessary barriers between American citizens and the ballot box. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York Reserve
Yes, Mr. Speaker, but I just want to make an inquiry of time.
has 6 minutes remaining.
6 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Keene.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I believe that members of Congress should serve the public, not profit from public office. That is why I strongly support the Stop Insider Trading Act, which will prohibit members of Congress, their spouses, and dependent children from purchasing individual stocks. I have worked to lead by example by placing all of my investable assets into a blind structure that is managed by independent professionals. I do not direct, influence, or participate in any investment decision, and every transaction occurs without my input, without my prior knowledge, and without my direction. That approach goes above and beyond current House ethics rules. It is past time that this entire body be held to that higher standard. Public service is a public trust. I urge every Republican and every Democrat to vote yes and to hold every member of Congress to that high standard that American people deserve. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, my friend, Mr. Subramaniam.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the ranking member. Mr. Speaker, the American people have lost trust in this institution, and banning stock trading in Congress and in the administration is actually one way to fix that. In 2025, members of Congress and their families executed over 13,000 trades, and President Trump's own family trading has helped add billions to their net worth. And that's why we should be debating a real stock trading ban, like the Restore Trust in Government Act, one that would ban members of Congress, the administration, and their families from owning, buying, or selling individual stocks. But instead, House Republicans only allow us to vote on a toothless, watered-down stock trading bill. And to make sure that this fake stock trading ban doesn't move in the Senate, they throw in the Save America Act, which would disenfranchise millions of Americans. And so I ask, why are we afraid to put a comprehensive stock trading ban on the floor and apply it to the president too? So let's vote on a real stock trading ban and vote no on this fake ban with voter suppression. Thank you. Now yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I inquire how much time is remaining.
Gentleman has 15 and a half minutes remaining.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim.
Gentlewoman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Over 80% of Americans believe members of Congress shouldn't be trading stocks and benefiting off of insider information. Yet, while Americans have made their position clear, some members of Congress and their families made more than 13,000 stock trades worth more than $600 million last year. Americans deserve to know they have honest representation that puts their interests first in Washington, not career politicians looking to get rich. That's why I'm proud to rise in strong support of the Stop Insider Trading Act to restore trust in Congress and bring accountability the American people are asking for. Congress is not a VIP club for lifelong insiders to enrich themselves. We're here to serve the American people, and the American people have given us a clear mandate. This is not partisan. It's not controversial. Stopping insider trading should be the easiest decision we make this week. Let's get this done.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to a leader in this fight, and my dear friend, the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner. 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you to the ranking member for his leadership and partnership.
Mr. Speaker, House Republicans are pushing a voter suppression bill that would severely restrict the mail ballots that seniors, rural Americans, and so many others rely on, and would throw our elections into chaos late in the cycle while people are already casting their ballots. They're doing this at the behest of Donald Trump, who continues to obsess over his 2020 election loss and promote election conspiracy theories. And they're trying to trick us into supporting their voter suppression bill by calling it the Stop Insider Trading Act and including watered-down language that would still allow members of Congress to own stocks and to trade stocks with only some new restrictions. Make no mistake, this is a trap. This bill is to make it harder for eligible Americans to vote, and the Republican leadership is trying to trick us into supporting it by calling it a congressional stock trading ban, even though it doesn't actually fully ban congressional stock trading. This bill also does nothing to stop the biggest stock trader in Washington, President Trump, who has made millions of dollars trading stocks for the companies that he regulates. Tech companies, healthcare companies, defense companies, and more. The American people are sick of corruption. The American people are sick of politicians getting rich off of inside information while working people struggle. The American people want a real stock trading ban for politicians in Washington. Last year, I worked with reformers on both sides of the aisle, including Mr. Roy, whose partnership I very much appreciated. Republicans and Democrats, we wrote a strong bill that will actually ban congressional stock trading with no loopholes and no gimmicks. That is what the American people want. For this reason, and at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered that motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would replace this Republican voter suppression bill with the Restore Trust in Government Act, our bill to fully ban stock trading in Congress and the Oval Office. 190 members have signed on to support this bill, and it is time to bring it to the floor. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record of the text this amendment, and I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting it. I yield back.
Without objection, gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserved. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Iowa, my friend and colleague, Mr. Nunn, to speak on the bill.
Gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Well, thank you, Chairman Stile. I think we now have 200 million good reasons to vote for this bill, because that's exactly how much members of Congress made in trading stock, most of it insider information contributing to their $200 million in take-home. Now, here's the reality. Most members of Congress are not trading stock on the job. Most of them are not day traders. They're in their districts. But the reality is true. 35 members of Congress beat the S&P 500 last year. As my colleague on the other side of the aisle just highlighted, one of the biggest stock trader wins in this is an app called Autopilot that tracks the trades of Nancy Pelosi and her husband. In the last 3 years alone, their stock trades have gone up more than 200%. Nobody believes that this is just Washington being smarter than Wall Street. Everyone recognizes that somebody here is getting ahead while the rest of America is falling behind. So let's talk about real solutions to hold this accountable. We want to end insider trading happening in Washington. And it starts by legislation that we're leading today. One of the first bills that I led on the floor was to make sure that we could stop this level of stock trading. When I came to Congress, I had very little stock to begin with 20 years serving in the military, but I sold it all because I think it's important that members of Congress prioritize oversight, prioritize their constituents, not get rich while serving. And for the first time, we now have a bill before us that bans congressional stock trading, and it's reached the House floor. A lot of hard work on both sides of the aisle. But to my colleagues back in Iowa, watch this vote. Watch who talks about ending stock trading and who delivers on ending stock trading. Watch who's committed, beyond the rhetoric, to holding Washington accountable. Together, we're working to clean up Congress. We're working to secure our elections. These are 2 easy votes on the floor today. I urge my colleagues to vote yes. And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman from Iowa yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I inquire how much time I have remaining.
12 and a half minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman, my colleague and friend from New York, Mr. Lawler.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 7008, the Stop Insider Trading Act, to end stock trading by members of Congress.
because trust in our democracy cannot be a luxury item. It must be the everyday expectation of every American. For too long, the public has watched the headlines that read like a civics lesson gone wrong. Elected officials buying and selling stocks in industries they regulate, profiting from information the public will never see. That is not merely unseemly, it is corrosive. It eats away at confidence in this institution, and confidence once lost is not easily rebuilt. Banning congressional stock trading is a simple proposition. If you serve the public, you serve only the public. You don't get to play the market with one hand while writing the rules with the other. You don't get to benefit from the power the people have loaned you. This reform is about fairness. For the teacher saving for retirement, the nurse investing in her future, the small business owner trying to build something that lasts. They play by the rules. They deserve a Congress that does the same. Mr. Speaker, this is our chance to say clearly, public service is a public trust. Let us honor it. The fact is, this bill bans stock trading, and yes, it requires photo ID, something 80% of Americans agree with. And after we just saw what came out yesterday by one of our former colleagues, the governor of New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill, announcing that 6,600 non-U.S. citizens were added to the voter rolls in New Jersey, and nearly 400 of them voted in the election, voter ID ensures the sanctity of our elections and ensures confidence by the American people in our elections. And so it is imperative that we pass this legislation, and the American people should watch how every single member votes on this bill.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve and I am prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared as well. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll close by saying this. The bill before us is a crude combination of two completely unrelated bills, the so-called Stop Insider Trading Act and the Voter ID Act. The Voter ID Act is, of course, already a crude reformulation of the Save America Act. I've addressed both parts of the bill individually. Neither of them deserves passage. Frankly, neither of them deserves much serious debate. The first, the so-called Stop Insider Trading Act, is not a stock trading ban. Despite what everyone has said today, it simply is not. You can get the bill, download it, read it. It doesn't require people to sell stock that they own. The bill is a vote to allow members of Congress to continue to own and trade individual stocks. I don't know how to be clearer than that. The bill would let members of Congress keep every single share of stock they own. The bill would allow members to liquidate their holdings at any time, obviously when it's profitable for them. There's no divestiture required in this bill, and the bill does nothing to rein in the unprecedented, absurd, and deeply offensive corruption currently taking place in the White House. The bill is silent on the president, and I would note again that so far this year, the president has traded more securities than the entire Congress combined, all 535 members of the House and Senate. And does anyone believe for a minute that the president has less influence on the markets than individual members of Congress? So, judge that for yourself. Then there's the second, fully distinct part of this bill, voter suppression provisions taken right from the Save America Act. House Democrats support voter identification. We have included responsible ID provisions in the Freedom to Vote Act, and we've offered amendments at committee making this point crystal clear. Before us, this bill, however, would create a more restrictive regime than any currently in use in this country. More restrictive than Florida, more restrictive than Texas. The bill would eviscerate mail voting as we know it, forcing voters to include photocopies of their ID every time they mail a ballot. This measure is so extreme, the Republican governor of Ohio, Governor DeWine, vetoed a similar statewide measure because it would burden voters without preventing fraud. And this bill would throw our elections into chaos, the effective date being October 20th of 2026, 90 days from today, right in the middle of this midterm election. In 90 days, tens of millions of Americans will have already cast their ballots by person and by mail. This bill would upend the November midterms, and that is exactly the point That is exactly the goal. I urge my colleagues to oppose this rehash again of the President's top legislative priority, the SAVE Act. I urge its defeat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back my time.
Gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As we close out today, I want to begin by thanking leadership for giving us this opportunity. We have not had a bill on the House floor on this topic with this opportunity before. I want to thank Speaker Johnson, Leader Scalise, Whip Emmer, but I also want to thank the members of this body who have doggedly worked on this issue, in particular, Congressman Chip Roy, as well as Brian Fitzpatrick, Tim Burchett, Anna Paulina Luna, and others for their feedback and work throughout the process to get to this point. Before us is a Stop Insider Trading Act. I want to touch on a handful of things that came up today about what is in and what is not in the bill, because I think this is important for the American people to know. Some of the arguments made today are what I call the Goldilocks argument. The bill doesn't do enough, the bill does too much. Let's take this moment to take a real and substantive step forward. I'll begin, as I close, by discussing what is in the bill. The bill ensures that members and lawmakers cannot use their positions to profit off of insider information. Insider trading, Mr. Speaker, is already illegal, and individuals who engage in it should be held accountable by the full force of the law. However, as we know, prosecuting insider trading is actually quite difficult. That's why this bill is so important, to provide a bright line rule to remove even the appearance of impropriety that someone has leveraged their position for financial gain. Under this bill, members, their spouses, and their dependent children are prevented from purchasing individual companies' shares of stock, period, full stop. The question then becomes, what if a member arrives in Congress with stock in their portfolio? Say they're saving up for their retirement or their children's college education. We provide an opportunity with 7 days advance notice to be able to make that sale. That 7 days advance notice tells the American people what is going on in advance, rather than current law, which allows a 30-day filing after the fact. This prevents members from being able to profit off of any insider information they may gain in this institution. The violations and penalties associated with this bill, Mr. Speaker, are steep. A fine equal to $2,000 or 10% of the transaction, as well as a disgorgement of profits. Violators would be forfeiting any gain realized if they fail to comply with this legislation. Legislation is critical in restoring trust in this institution. One of the challenges we face is that this institution 15 years ago passed the Stock Act, publicly disclosing any trade a member of this institution makes. However, the disclosure details the disclosure rules lack detail and are filed a month after the transaction. When you couple that with the increased attention to member trades, in particular through social media accounts, it has fueled public frustration. I believe this is our opportunity where we can simply stop members of Congress from trading individual stocks, period, full stop. Doing so removes even the appearance of wrongdoing. Americans should be confident that individuals working here are working on their behalf, not on behalf of their own financial interests. This bill is coupled with the Voter ID Act. In jurisdictions across this country, states that neighbor mine, like Illinois or Minnesota, or as far away as California or New York, voters can go to the polls on Election Day and cast a ballot without providing proof of their identity. Our Voter ID Act implements common sense election integrity measures by requiring voters to show photo ID when casting a ballot in federal elections. 24 states already require some form of photo ID to vote. The bill simply takes this standard and makes it nationwide. Both of these provisions are common sense reforms, but in particular, the Stop Insider Trading Act is a moment that we can make a tremendous step forward in the ethics here in the House of Representatives, in the Senate, and in this institution. At a period of time when Americans are struggling to gain confidence in Congress, this legislation before us gives us that opportunity to begin restoring the trust. I encourage all of my colleagues in this body today to vote in favor of the legislation before us. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1438, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend Chapter 131 of Title V to require certain restrictions on stocks for members of Congress and their spouses and dependents, and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Magaziner of Rhode Island moves to recommit the bill H.R. 7008 to the Committee on House Administration.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to House Resolution 1438 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 8800. Will the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House of the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 8800, which is the clerk will report the title.
A bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2027 for military activities of the Department of Defense for military construction and for defense activities of the Department of Energy to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, a request of a recorded vote on Amendment number 316, printed Part A of the House Report 119-755, offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Gothram, had been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceeding will now resume on those amendments printed in Part A of House Report 119-755, of which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 28 by Mr. Self of Texas. Amendment number 30 of Mr. Issa of California. Amendment number 44 of Mr. Harrigan of North Carolina. Amendment number 316 of Mr. Gothram of Wisconsin. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in the series. The unfinished business is request for the recorded vote of Amendment number 28, printed in Part A of House Report 119-755 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 28, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Mr. Self of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 221, nays 210. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 30, printed in Part A of House Report 199-119-755 by the gentleman from California, Mr. Iser, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 30, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Mr. Issa of California.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 207, nays 224. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 44, printed in Part A of House Report 119755 by the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harrigan, on which further proceedings were postponed, and on which the ayes prevail by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 44, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Mr. Harrigan of North Carolina.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 232, nays 199. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on the amendment number 316, printed in Part A of House Report 119755 by the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 316, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-755, offered by Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 175, nays 254. The amendment is not adopted. There being no further amendment pursuant to the rule, the committee rises.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 8800, and pursuant to House Resolution 1438, I report the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has under consideration the bill H.R. 8800, and pursuant to House Resolution 1438, reports the bill as amended by the resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. Is a separate vote demanded on any further amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole? If not, the chair will put them in gross. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2027 for military activities of the Department of Defense, for military construction, and for defense activities of the Department of Energy, to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes.
All right. For what purposes, gentlemen from New York, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 8800. Mr. Ryan of New York moves to recommit the bill H.R. 8800 to the Committee on Armed Services.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion to recommit. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have been risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 5-minute vote on the motion to recommit will be followed by 5-minute votes on passage of the bill if ordered, the motion to recommit on H.R. 7008, passage of H.R. 7008 if ordered, and adoption of the House Concurrent Resolution 113. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 213, nays 216. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Without objection, a motion. The gentleman from Washington is recognized. The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 212. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 7008 offered by the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 7008, offered by Mr. Magaziner of Rhode Island.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. vote, the yeas are 211, nays 218. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Forgot the 5. On this vote, the yeas are 232, the nays are 198. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of House Concurrent Resolution 113, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
Union Calendar Number 657, House Concurrent Resolution 113, concurrent resolution establishing the congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2027 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal years 2028 through 2036.
The question is on adoption of the concurrent resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. are 216. The nays are 214. The concurrent resolution is adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 8205 as amended, which the clerk will report by title.
Union Calendar Number 637, H.R. 8205, a bill to amend the Accelerating Access to Critical Therapies for ALS Act to reauthorize the provisions of such act through fiscal year 2031 and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 7283, which the clerk will report the title.
H.R. 7283, a bill to amend Title 41 United States Code to amend the time period for certain acquisition-related dollar thresholds.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 1722 as amended, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. 1722, a bill to require an annual report of taxpayer-funded projects that are over budget and behind schedule.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I hereby remove my name as a co-sponsor of H.R. 9535.
Request is granted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to take from the Speaker's table the concurrent resolution S-Con Res 37 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
No, I have to have the papers.
Larry came to get it to make a copy last night. We thought he left it in here. S-Con Res 37, it's the Lindsey Graham line and state. Maybe they pulled it out already? Did they pull it out already? Somewhere?
I don't know, it's not in here. Unless it got refiled? No, it's not in there.
We need to make sure we have it this time.
It's not here. Huh? Yeah, ask Lawrence where it's at. It's not here.
Hey, transfer to Larry, please.
Hey, Lace, did you file that?
The clerk will report the title.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 37, concurrent resolution authorizing the use of the rotunda of the Capitol for a ceremony to honor the late Senator Lindsey O. Graham.
Is there objection to the consideration of the concurrent resolution? Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I hereby remove my name as co-sponsor of H.R. 1238 and H.R. 9535.
Request is granted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair.